Good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a regular voting meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, September 26th, 2024 at 6:27 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at the AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. Secretary Boswell is with us online. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It's also being broadcast on cable, channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband on channel 99 through AT&T UVerse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. Welcome and thank you for joining us. Our next item on the agenda is committee reports. We've posted these written committee reports as an attachment to this item on our board docs agenda. This includes a committee report for the Board Policy Committee. And the next item, item 4, is the superintendent's report. Mr. Segura.
Thank you, Vice President Foster. Board of Trustees, we have a little presentation that we'll be sharing. And if you can believe it or not, we're already 6 weeks into the school year, and we have some exciting highlights and student accolades to share. And we'll be bringing that presentation momentarily. All right, well, first up, it's Hispanic Heritage Month at Austin ISD. This is our opportunity to recognize and celebrate the cultures, traditions, achievements, and contributions of Hispanic Americans. To do that, we kicked off our celebration with a performance from Mariachi del Oro, from Crockett Early College High School at our central office. It took place right here in the board auditorium. It was absolutely amazing, and you may or may not have seen myself and Trustee Gonzalez dancing and having a good time, as well as other members of our staff. It was just an incredible celebration. It's always great to support our students and see the talents they're developing with the help of our amazing teachers. Huge shout out to Mr. Ron Hare, mariachi teacher at Crockett Early College High School. I'm proud to share that 17 Austin ISD elementary students have been named 2024 National Math Stars. Through this program, each student and their family will receive more than $100,000 in resources over the next 10 years, including advanced coursework, mentorship from mathematicians, summer camps, and more, all completely free. In total, these 17 students will receive over $1.7 million in support through high school graduation. That's absolutely amazing. This is an incredible accomplishment for our district, and I'm so proud of these young mathematicians. I'm also proud to share about the successful completion of Austin ISD's inaugural summer internship program. Over 7 weeks, 35 high school students from across the district gained valuable work experience with 13 companies and organizations, all in partnership with the Austin Chamber of Commerce. They celebrated the program's end with the closing ceremony where Trustee Zapata shared inspiring stories with our interns and their families. We're proud of our students for taking this opportunity to learn, grow, earn a stipend while exploring potential career paths. Next up, an exciting milestone for our district. Austin ISD participated in the first ever ACPTA Student Journalism Conference. Student journalists from Aikens, Bowie, and McCallum High School spent an entire day diving into the complexities of Texas school funding, learning directly from experts and policymakers. This was a valuable opportunity for our students to engage with real-world issues and develop their journalistic skills by reporting on topics that directly impact their schools and communities. It's incredible to see them take part in such meaningful discussions. I'm also thrilled to recognize Callum Chia from Aikens Early College High School for being selected as a semifinalist in the National Merit Scholarship Program. Out of 1.3 million students who took the PSAT last year, only 16,000 were chosen as semifinalists, and Callum is one of them. Congratulations to Callum and Aikens Early College High School. What an incredible achievement. And finally this week, we are celebrating Teacher Assistant Appreciation Week. I met some incredible TAs, and to celebrate, I gave out 4 golden raves at Rosedale, Sunset Valley Elementary School, and Harris Elementary Schools. Their support allows teachers to focus on instruction while they provide crucial one-on-one attention, managing small groups, and help create a positive learning environment. Simply put, we couldn't do what we do without them. I want to express our gratitude, my gratitude, and our gratitude to our TAs for their dedication, hard work, and the care they provide to our students every single day. Trustees, yeah, that's it, actually. Absolutely. Trustees, this concludes my presentation today.
Thank you. I was trying to do the math on 16,000 out of 1.3 million. That's super impressive.
I should have the ratio.
Our next item is our intruder detection audit.
Thank you, Vice President Foster. Tonight we have Dr. Jacob Reach, Chief Officer of Governmental Relations and Board Services, to share the update.
Thank you, Board of Trustees. So last week, we did have our first of the new year audits on some of our campuses. As a reminder, these are random intruder audits that the state of Texas conducts on all public school districts. Their goal is to visit every public school district and to conduct an audit on at least 75% of all individual schools within the state of Texas. We did have audits completed last week. Because of that, we wanted to make sure we had this on our agenda for today because we expected that we would have our forms ready. They were not ready for us by Monday, so we will bring those back at the next board meeting. So those will be available to our board and the executive section, and then we'll be able to give a more formal update during that board meeting. Thank you.
So we'll now move to public testimony for items on.
4.3.
Oh, are we at 4.3? Did I just go too fast?
Yeah, go to the last one. There you go.
Ah, well, this is important. That's still on you.
Yes. Vice President Foster and Board of Trustees, I'd like to introduce agenda item 4.3, our budget update. I'd like to introduce Katrina Montgomery, our interim Chief Financial Officer, to present the budget update.
Hello, trustees and Superintendent Segura. We have a few slides today that we're going to go over. This very first slide, we all know that we've been having meetings with the Ad Hoc Budget Committee, and so we've made some changes to kind of retool what we're working on. So if you see the first slide to the top right, it says October 1st. So what we're going to start doing is providing information to the committee on Fridays, and we're going to do select departments, and the first department on October 1st, which is Friday, will be operations. And the Chief of Operations, Christine Steenport, and her team, her subject matter experts, will be there to kind of walk the committee through questions, answers. So we're going to provide data. They're going to have a chance to look over the data over the weekend and provide questions. And then on Tuesday, we're going to be prepared to answer any questions that the committee might have. And then it goes to October 8th, so it's very clearly laid out about how we're going to proceed. October 8th will be technology, legal, police, and on and on and on, all the way through October 29th. And that final meeting will be teaching, learning, and leading. And that is done very strategically because we wanted to make sure that we impacted that department last. And this next slide, so we already have our budget calendar, but this slide kind of just gives an overview of where we are. And we wanted to present this slide because we wanted to make sure everyone is clear why we have to make it through the November date. So we're starting with our August, our ad hoc committee, which started in August through October of 2024. And then we're in November, that's when we're going to start trying to wrap up what is being done with the budget committee. And we're going to start looking at the lists that have been created from the committee, from the trustees, as well as the administration. And then we're going to come back, it's going to be December, because Superintendent Segura's goal is that we are really clear about what's going to happen before we move into the next year. So we're trying to make sure that we have a timeline that is very clear about how we're going to proceed through this budget calendar. Any questions?
I think, Ms. Montgomery, one of the things I'd like to share with our community was the fact that, this kind of revised strategy, I think, reflects input that we heard from our ad hoc committee, as well as feedback that we received from our board. It allows us to really start exploring ideas and not from, some initial list or identified kind of proposal. And we had the meeting on Tuesday. I thought the feedback we received there ensures that we're moving in an aligned way over the next several months. The one thing I do want to reinforce is, this is meant to support a cascading plan. We recognize that all the strategies that are identified cannot be implemented within one fiscal year. And as we move forward, we're always going to be thinking about, the intentionality around implementation. One of the things that we're committed to doing here in Austin ISD is being transparent, doing things in a very respectful and dignified way, and whenever there is information to share, we share it. And so this allows us to do that in a way that I think aligns with our values. And so we're going to continue to refine and improve, but wanted to provide that direct feedback to our community as well as our board. And so certainly happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Are there any questions from our trustees? The only thing I would add is, I guess, a note of gratitude, and it's double layered. One is for the, 28, 30 community members who are serving on this committee. This came to us, the board asked for this, the administration responded, and several dozen community members really stepped up. Then secondly, to thank the administration, because almost, as we kicked off, several community members expressed frustrations about this, just how it was flowing. And several trustees then came and watched, this unfold. And I think what we saw and what we're hearing from community is a note of gratitude, but sort of tempered expectations, because the way you all did pivot and retool and keep us moving forward. So we're on, I think, a good path. And it has to do with the steadfast faith and work of our community members, but then also y'all's responsiveness to them. And I think that's the way we'd hope to continue to move forward. So hearing no more, conversation, we can move on to public testimony for our consent agenda. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public testimony portion of our meeting, called a dedicated AISD phone line in advance of this meeting to sign up to speak in person or to audio record their remarks. Tonight we have 3 speakers who recorded a message, and we have no in-person speakers. So we will now play the recorded messages for public testimony.
Hi, this is Leah, Leah, Narrow, Narro. My number is 678-477-2163. I'm a concerned parent, and I'm calling related to agenda items 7.1 and 10.13, the district scorecard. So I am asking that you continue funding librarians in Austin School District. It's well known that schools with certified librarians consistently perform better academically and score higher on standardized tests. So if your goal is to improve literacy in your community, then you need the librarians to help you achieve it. Librarians around the district in schools are tied to higher graduation rates. So please make sure that you continue funding the important job of school librarians. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jenny Curran, and my sister is a certified librarian at Austin ISD. I'm calling today to express my support for the continued funding for librarians in the district. You have to remember, schools with certified librarians consistently perform better academically and score higher on standardized assessments. If our goal is to improve literacy, we need to do all we can to obtain it. Remember, librarians are tied to higher graduation rates and reading rates. Thank you.
I am a retired teacher, and I have taught in Austin schools as well as New Mexico schools. And I'm calling in reference to the school scorecard and the impact that librarians have on the scorecard. It has shown consistently that children in schools with certified librarians perform better academically. They also have higher graduation rates. And so it's very important to keep these librarians in the schools and not consider cutting librarians as a way of just to save money in the budget. It is reading is so important, especially today when the children are given iPads and computers as early as kindergarten. And it's important for them to recognize that there are books, and there are so many things in books that are not found on the computer. And librarians help a great deal. Thank you. Bye.
This concludes public testimony. Trustees, are there any questions for clarification? Thank you. As a reminder to the public, please feel free to share any general comments or questions on non-voting items with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. We'll now move on to our information reports. Mr. Segura, will you introduce the next item?
Absolutely. Thank you, Vice President Foster. Dr. Reach and I will present on the Spring 2024 Retooled Scorecard End-of-Year Report. We'll be pulling up here in just a moment. So, Jacob, whenever you're ready.
Prop A is first.
What?
Prop A is first.
Oh, yes. Apologies, Trustee Foster. We have an information report first on Prop A efficiency audit. I followed your lead again. So it's 6.1. I apologize. It's Vice President Foster. I'd like to welcome up Katrina Montgomery, Interim Chief Financial Officer, who will introduce our presenters from OKC for the Prop A efficiency audit.
Thank you.
Apologies, community and Board of Trustees.
Hello, trustees. I'm Katrina Montgomery again. I am here to introduce Mr. Leo Lopez. He is going to be presenting the efficiency audit that was done by Moak Casey.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. And so will you be, do you want me to share my screen for the presentation, or do you have that up already? You have that? Okay.
Leo, we have it up. Can you see it
Okay,
now?
great. Yeah, I can see it. Thank you. Again, so good evening. My name is Leo Lopez. I'm the Chief Financial Officer from Moak Casey. I also head up the school finance team at Moak Casey, and my team handled the review, the efficiency audit for Austin ISD. And so I'm going to very quickly, briefly go over the highlights on that report. So on slide 1 that you have in front of you, what we have is, again, your district is proposing an M&O tax rate for 2024 tax year for the coming school year that exceeds the voter approval tax rate. And so a little background as to the requirement of this. So House Bill 3 during the 86th session in 2019 passed a requirement that requires school districts, Board of Trustees to conduct an efficiency audit prior to seeking voter approval in order to increase the M&O tax rate above what it was the year before. And so if you want to go to the next slide. So the efficiency audit, the format and the requirements and all the data in it is actually prescribed by the Legislative Budget Boards, or the LBB, which is essentially the budget shop for the Texas legislature. So the LBB puts out requirements of all the information that needs to be included in a district's efficiency audit. And so the main purpose of conducting the efficiency audit is that so we're supposed to be able to provide information to voters regarding the current status of the district's fiscal management, efficiency, utilization of resources. That way the voters can make an informed decision as to whether to approve a tax rate increase in order to generate increased M&O revenues. So that's sort of the main reason for the requirement for conducting the review. And so right now, without the election, your M&O tax rate would be 0.7365. Now that's the same tax rate that you had. That's the same M&O tax rate that you all had last year. There was no additional compression for the 2024 tax year because your values actually declined slightly, and so there was no increase in values above 2.5% that would have resulted in a lower M&O tax rate. So the total tax rate is the same, or excuse me, prior to a successful TRE or Vader is carried over from last year. Now, right now you have 9.1 pennies of capacity. So every district has 17 cents above their tier 1 compressed tax rate. Your compressed tax rate is around 65 cents. And so with your proposal that you're looking at doing, you're asking the voters for roughly a 9-cent increase in the total M&O tax rate to 0.8275. Current estimates show that a successful election would generate an additional $41 million for the district in the first year, and similar amounts year after that. But really in 24-25 school year, this Vader would look to produce $41 million. It's my understanding that those funds would be used to increase teacher salaries, to invest in other instructional programs, as well as address the M&O budget deficit. And so that's what you would generate off of the increase in the rate. And my understanding is those are the items or priorities that you would use the funding for. Now, one of the things I didn't mention that I want to mention before I proceed is the timeline on that. There's some requirements on the audit, so you do need to post the audit report on your website no later than October 5th. So that's one thing you need to make sure you do in order to comply with statutory requirements right there. Okay, so next I'm going to cover the peer districts and how we did that. So in collaboration with your finance team, we selected a number of peer districts which were similar to Austin ISD in terms of 5-year growth pattern, ADA to WADA ratio. WADA is essentially a shorthand version of the numbers of students in special programs, right? Special education, bilingual education, current technology, and then some other additional tier 1 allotments that result in additional weights. All contribute to an additional calculation. So you may have heard the term WADA or weighted ADA. And so we looked at districts that were similar in terms of their demographics and profile. We looked at tax rates. We looked at geographic proximity. So we looked at some local peers, which you may be familiar with, when you're conducting your local comparisons. And then we also looked at some other larger urbans around the state to round out the group. Now, your 23-24 M&O tax rate from last year is roughly right at the group average and the state average for the peers. Now, we don't know what the average rate's going to be this year. We won't really know that until all the districts that are conducting TREs go through that process in November, and we won't have that information from the comptroller's office until January, so that information's not available. But right now, your rate is right in line with the average of your peers and with the state average as well. And so we also, some of the things that the report requires us to look at is comparing your district on accountability, so academic accountability as well as financial accountability. On the ratings that you see in front of you on this slide, that's the academic accountability rating for the 21-22 school year. That's the last year that we have ratings available because of the current lawsuits going on at the state level. But as you can see, your district is got a high B, so a B rating with an overall score of 88, which is right in line with some of the higher scores in the peer group. So again, right in the mix of towards the upper 25th percentile of the ratings if you were to rank them in your peer group. And School First, which is your financial accountability rating. This one we do have a rating for the 22-23 school year. You of course got an A, and then I believe you are projected to get an A as well for the 23-24 school year, although those ratings are not final yet. But again, very strong ratings. There's no concerns there in terms of TEA's assessments of your academics as well as your financial position. So that's good news. It's always good to see high B's and A's in those ratings as well. So what we're going to look at here on this slide is are the student demographics. So we looked at your district. So you've got 72,880 students, and then we looked at your peer group average. So you're very similar to the peer group average. You have a little less in percentage-wise in economically disadvantaged, a little less than the peer average, but you have more in special education, and you have more current technology. Bilingual education, the percentages are a little higher as well. But again, these are simple averages of the peers, and so again, these criteria were used to select the peers. So it makes sense that your numbers are right in line with that, and so that's always a good indicator in terms of how appropriate the peers are that you're comparing, because when you have students in different specialized programs, those additional weights, even though they bring additional funding, also come with additional costs. So when you're looking at expenditures on a per student basis as well, it's important to look at districts that have similar groups of students in similarly weighted specialized programs as well. You want to go to the next slide. So now the attendance rate. So your attendance rate was right there, 93% in the 22-23 school year. Now the reason we're using the 22-23 school year is because that's the last year that we have all the financial information available. So we wanted to use the same school year, even though TEA just came out and published 23-24 attendance data. In order to keep everything aligned where we're looking at the same data, we're looking at 22-23. So you're right in line with your peer district average, and you're actually slightly above by a little more than a full percentage point above the state average of 92.2%. In terms of operating revenue, there's a few things I wanted to call out on this slide here. So as you can see here, let me make this a little bigger for me. But so right now you have an additional $1,959 per revenue per student. That's largely due to your golden pennies. So because you have your golden pennies are actually unrecaptured, and because of your property wealth per student, because of the high property wealth in Austin ISD, and in your recent declining ADA or your student population, that generates additional unrecaptured revenue there. But you do reinvest those funds, on your students. So you do have, even though your revenue is higher than the peer average by $19,059, you also spend a little more than $1,500 more per student than the peers. And so again, that's largely due to the unrecaptured revenue. Keep in mind that when you do when you do have a successful Vader, those additional pennies, those copper pennies will be recaptured. So you won't get to keep all of the revenue from those pennies. However, that's already been factored into the 41 million that I referenced earlier this evening. And so Again, this just has a breakdown of local revenue net of recapture, state revenue, federal revenue as well. I believe you have additional federal revenue just from just from my knowledge of, I know I used to work at Austin ISD, so I know you have a very robust SHARS program where you recoup a lot of funding there, so you have a little more federal funding as well. And so again, your total revenue is a little higher than a peer average, but again, some of your expenditures also bear out your investments of that additional revenue as well. And so this next slide shows where you're spending the bulk of your money in terms of the three largest categories. So you've got again, you spend $13,209 in total operating expenditures per student, which is greater than the peer average again, and greater than the state average. Your biggest areas of expenditures are instruction, as would be expected, and then plant maintenance and operations, as well as school leadership. And so again, there's going to be differences in some things on how some of your peer districts may code certain expenditures. And so that can account for some of the differences as well. But again, those are the three biggest areas where you're spending your funding currently. And in terms of if you're looking at the expenditures in different or slicing the data a little bit differently, looking at payroll as a percentage of your operating expenditures, as you can see, you're at 79%, which is a little lower than the peer district average. And then, of course, right in line with the state average. Now, this is notable. We looked at it, and you have a lower average teacher-based salary than your peer average and the state average. You have a lower administrative base salary, and your superintendent base salary is also well below the peer average. And so that's one of the things that knowing that I believe you're prioritizing teacher compensation as one of your priorities with the successful TRE would, of course, help you get closer to your peer averages in those categories as well. In terms of fund balance, you do maintain your 30 days or your 3 months operating expenditures even after recapture. So you have a strong position there. So there's nothing unusual or concerning to report there. Again, you've got fairly robust. Your fund balance is well in line with TEA recommendations, in other words, and with your 3 month of operating expenditures of $191 million. And then staffing levels. So you do have, again, very close to the peer average and state average on your teaching staff. And, you have, the ratios are similar overall. Not a whole lot of difference there. There's going to be variation from district to district as well. If you have specialized programming where you have additional, support staff, or a district might have less support staff and all that, and where those staff are coded in terms of campuses versus central administration. But generally speaking, your ratios are pretty similar, so there's nothing really notable to call out there as well. Now, one thing I did want to point out, we did notice that your district does have significantly higher teacher turnover in terms of you have a 32% teacher turnover rate, which is a lot higher than the peer average of 19% and the state average of 21%. Now, presumably, there's probably a few reasons for that. A few slides back mentioning the lower base teacher compensation could be a factor. Just living locally in Austin, knowing the high cost of living and how expensive it is to live in Austin, could also explain teachers having to live outside of the Austin area, and then you could be losing teachers to some of the surrounding districts in the suburbs or in the outlying districts. So that is something that we did notice in our analysis as well. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Trustees, are there any questions regarding the Prop A efficiency audit? Trustee Kaufman.
I have two, which will hopefully be brief, but this is more in regards to the timing of when this data was collected. So for example, the teacher turnover rate, I see it's reported for the 2022-23 school year.
Correct.
I just wanted to ask our staff and our superintendent how that compares to our most recent turnover rates.
Yeah, so appreciate that, Trustee Kaufman. We actually just finalized the data, I think, about a couple days ago. So overall retention is 83.8%, which would mean the turnover would be 16.7. So it definitely has been trending in the right direction, and I appreciate you calling that out. I was actually about to call it out if y'all didn't before I did. But yeah, I think that reflects just kind of when.
Could you give us slide 15?
And Trustee Kaufman, I wanted to also mention that with teacher turnover, of course, you're looking from 1 year to the next. So really, this was teachers 3 years ago who were there 2 years. So we have 2 more years worth of data now.
Okay, thank you. And also I wanted to ask about the payroll salary, because that is also, if I understand right, it's this year, and I mean, it was 2022, 23, and 23, 24, Mr. Lopez? Is that correct?
So the data that we had to use was 22, 23, because that was the last year that TEA published this past spring. So 23, 24 financials for your district and for all of the peer districts in the state would not be available to us publicly until next spring.
Okay. So just looking only at the AISD data, I want to ask our superintendent and staff again to comment on the pay increases that have happened since then.
Yeah, so I made it Brandy to kind of assist with this. I know in the spring of 2023, we instituted a 7% increase for all educators, and in some cases, greater percentages. And then we did a $20 base pay increase for classified staff. As far as the percent increase as it compares here, I'd have to kind of run through that. I'm not sure, Brandy, is there anything else you want to add?
No, sir, and just that, with our upcoming proposal also, that we will be doing a significant increase, especially for our teachers with years in the system, to make sure that we are leading market once we're finished with that.
And do the base pay calculations take into consideration the PPFT bonus pay that teachers receive?
No, sir. Base is base. So when we're going to do a market base increase, we take PPFT out, move up to market or beyond, and put PPFT back on top so that it is truly base building.
Okay. And Mr. Lopez, is there any comparison data in terms of because I saw in the audit it did answer the question of whether AISD offers performance pay. But I didn't see any comparison data on that. Do you know if our comparison districts have performance pay on top of their base pay?
So that information is not available at the agency level. So that's something that, as a follow-up, we could, reach out to the peer districts. But that was not something that is typically brought in as part of the audit.
Okay. So I guess my question in terms of the overall message of this then is. My understanding of the audit is I guess my question to you, Mr. Lopez, is does the audit generally show, I didn't find a concluding statement, does the audit generally show that AISD is managing our funds effectively and efficiently compared to our comparison districts? So
I'll try to answer it this way. So the point of the audit really, we're not really giving an opinion, so we're not a CPA firm, and CPA firms wouldn't do this either for this type of review as to whether or not you're efficient. I think the goal of the review is to present a number of different ratios, metrics, data, information, and then see where you sit relative to your peers as a way to, show the public, where the data stands, and then, we also allow you to, we ask that you provide narrative and context. And then, maybe find areas where you can, go ask more questions, right? Where you're looking at certain charts and say, I want to go and follow up on this. And so efficiency is a very difficult thing to say, whether just from looking at a table of PEIMS data, whether, a district is quote unquote efficient or not. It's all about, I think, what's educationally appropriate and the investments you're making, right? So if a district is spending a little more money than their peer districts, but they're getting better academic results, then is that efficient or inefficient, right? I don't think that's for me to say. I think that's more of a value judgment, right? In terms of, in terms of how the funds are being spent. And so, looking at your academics, you're very highly rated academically, and you are highly rated financially. And so, I didn't see any concerns there. And so, I think what I would suggest is looking at some of the tables, and if there's some that you feel, some of the categories, raise questions, and I think that's something where staff can explore and say, hey, let's reach out to some of these other peer districts and say, what are you spending here, or what are you putting into that category? There's also a couple of categories which I didn't, get into in presentation, but there's some categories that sometimes districts code things slightly differently than others. For some of the main ones, usually the data quality is very good, and districts code everything pretty consistently. But then sometimes you're really at the mercy of how districts are coding certain types of expenditures in one category versus another.
Great. Well, thank you. It's good to see you again, and thank you for your work on this. Jacob, just to confirm, this counts against our student outcome time, or it's neutral?
No, this is a legally required item, so it does not count at all for the LSG purposes.
Neutral. Okay. In that case, one more question then. Just in looking at some of the areas where the expenditures for AISD exceed the comparison districts, I'm just curious if you could comment on a couple of those, which I think might help us understand part of what challenges AISD faces. So one area that was considerably larger for AISD than the comparison districts was the maintenance and operations.
Right.
And so I was curious whether the audit, Mr. Lopez, or whether Superintendent Segura, you could just comment on the, why that is the case and what that says about our district's challenges.
Do you want Leo to go first?
I don't know whether Leo has something to add to that, but if you do have something based on the audit, then I'd be happy to hear from Leo first, but I suspect it's more of a superintendent question. But do you have, I'm sorry, Mr. Lopez, do you have anything that from the audit that would lend insight into that number?
I mean, I think that there's different things, like as an example, if a district has well, I'm going to use transportation as an example, but so if a district has a different policy on busing students from a school of choice, so you might have higher transportation costs than a peer district. If you have higher maintenance costs, maybe you have more buildings per student, perhaps than some of the peer districts. And so, without diving into some of the specific peer districts more closely, those are some potential reasons for that. It also depends, again, what's being coded in there. But, again, districts, usually make pretty good decisions with the funds they have. And so, I know that there's some programs that the district locally funds, right? Like Third Base, and there's some community programs, things like that. That your district's not getting additional funding from the state. You're just paying for that on your own, right? The pre-K programs that you have, okay. And all those, wraparound services, all that would add on to additional expenditures, as an example.
Thank you. And
Trustee Kaufman, a couple things. Because this is 22-23 financials, a couple things come to mind. One of the ones Leo just mentioned, which is transportation, but certainly overtime that's carried within operations budgets, transportation, service center. They carry in 22 and 23 after we were recovering from the pandemic, and this is prior to us raising the base pay for classified staff. We had lots of vacancies within the service center, custodial, and a lot of things that are classified as maintenance and operations. The other thing I would say is utility costs have considerably been higher in 22-23. We ratcheted them down, I guess, based on some improvements that we made and investments in the 2017 bond program. Those have kind of continued to go back up just slightly, mainly because of the increase in utility cost. There are a couple things that come to mind, but the one that really strikes me is just the number of vacancies we had in classified positions from 21 through the end of 2023. And then in 2023, we made the compensation adjustment, And then from 23 to 24, we saw the vacancies go way down. So I'd be curious to compare this number to 23, 24.
Okay. And then I'll just comment, I appreciated seeing that the community investments were triple what our colleague districts were, and I think that says something about our values and our commitment to the community and to engaging with families and the broader community. So I appreciate seeing that that number is, as of this audit, larger. And that is all I have. Thank you.
We have Trustee Boswell online, so I'd like to invite Trustee Boswell. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Foster, and thank you, Mr. Lopez, for being here and sharing this. Really appreciate the information in your slides and also the greater information in the report. So thank you for that. Want to just express gratitude and appreciation for that turnover number and really updating that and the amazing work, really transformative work that has been done, not only to restore us to turnover like we had before the pandemic, but to improve that even further. And we know that comes with benefits for kids and with cost savings. So I hope we start seeing some of that reflected in what we have available to spend, that we're not having to replace that many people. So thank you for that. Want to just point people to Trustee Whitley Chu's questions, written questions in board doc. She asked some very good questions with details and people took time to answer them. So thank you for that. And thank you, Trustee Kaufman, for pointing out our community investment when we talk about funding being in aligned with our values. Thank you for that. Mr. Lopez, I have one question about teacher pay and the base pay being lower than peer districts. And you had talked about a few reasons. I know one thing we talk about sometimes, we've talked about our neighboring districts and what they pay. And one of them that we look at often is Hayes CISD, which tends to have the highest pay in our region. But then when you go dig into their policies and you go dig into their taper reports, they have larger class sizes and less planning time for their teachers than we have. Is that part of what we may be seeing as well, in that if we grow our class sizes and shrink our planning time, that could translate into more dollars?
Yes, that's a very good point. So, with limited dollars, right, everything's always a trade-off, right? So if you had, let's say, 2 planning periods, or if you had block scheduling, or if or either or both or neither, but you made changes with your, you can either pay with the same amount of funds, you can either pay fewer teachers more or more teachers less, right? You can't do both. On a long-term basis, that's sustainable, right? So that is something that does bear out, I think, in the numbers in terms of if teacher ratios, teacher student, bigger class sizes, planning periods, that's all. If you're offering an extra planning period, say, and then some of your peer districts are not, and then they're able to then pay their teachers more, but they have one less planning period, that is also something that's a consideration, for sure.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think it's always important to talk about that as a statement of our values too, kind of where that falls. So thank you for helping to explain that well. I appreciate that.
Sure.
I have a couple of questions I see a couple of those per student in Figure 9, which is really rich. I'm excited to dive into that. I think with the administration, I hope our committee makes use of this. And I have some questions. I know you talked about some things or kind of how you code them, and I know these are big buckets, but there are 2 that really stand out to me that, as I would understand them just from the descriptions, or maybe distant from the classroom. And I'm looking at Figure 9 in the report.
Okay.
That per student with us, our peer districts and state.
Right.
I'm looking specifically at general administration and data processing. And if I'm running the numbers right, if we take general administration and we take the closer of the 2, our state versus our peers, if we were in line with our peers or in line with the one that's closer to us, that's not the bigger one, but the smaller difference,
right,
that would be about $12.7 million different. And if we look at our data processing, if I go with the number that, is closer to us, the larger number, so the smaller gap, it's almost $20 million in difference. What is represented in data processing and general administration?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be, data processing is, has your IT in there as well, or your IT in there. General admin is going to be, your the administration. And so there's a number of things. I think you're right in terms of, you would want to look at these categories and then drill down and then look at things. But just because you have higher, no, a higher number doesn't necessarily mean a bad number, right?
Right.
It means where you've chosen to make your investments. And
Yes.
so, if you've chosen to, if you have a very robust IT program, or if you have, a one-to-one device, plan and all that, all those decisions and investments, again, they all reflect the priorities of the board and the administration. And so for sure, it's important to look at these numbers. I would say, don't immediately look at a high number and immediately assume that there is a problem there necessarily, but you should definitely look, that's something that you can definitely look into. And, there's always room, every district, there's always room for improvement somewhere. And so you could definitely start there. You can also look at the numbers that are lower than some of your other peer averages and see, well, what's going on there, and so that's, I would look at both extremes, look at the ones where you're significantly lower than the peer average, and then you could look at the ones that are significantly higher, and just to see, and there could be very simple explanations, and then once you get those explanations, you're like, oh, I understand that, and I'm okay with the reason for the difference.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, and I'm asking specifically because when I look at data processing being quite a bit higher and instruction and curriculum and staff development, for example, being quite a bit lower, I think that this is a very helpful guide to asking deep questions. And
For sure.
really, when we have to make these very hard choices, as we're asking people for our Vader and looking at our very real budget shortfall, kind of making sure we're asking all the right questions. So thank you very much for this information.
Of course.
Leo, this is Matthias. One question I have is, are these reports ever amended? And I understand why we use 22-23 financials, because we want to compare against peer districts. But is there ever the opportunity to amend it to just show kind of ratios by code for the most current financials that we have? And I think one of the things that kind of brings this to my mind is that Trustee Boswell just kind of referenced, I think, general admission and data processing. And I know over the last 2 years, when we think about first rating and different ratios, we've been looking to get that down. And so I don't want to kind of have this sit alone as though because it's going to be received by the community as though it's the most current. And we just went through an entire budgeting process that proves that it's not. And so I just want to make sure that does that ever happen when you submit these, or is there a way to, when we post this online, to kind of?
Well, so, I mean, we do like to use PEIMS data because it's an independent, it's the agency data after scrubbing all the submissions. And so it's certainly possible, in, call it 10 months to redo some of the figures using 23-24 PEIMS data. But if you're looking for something to happen in the next couple of weeks, that would be a little difficult, just because we'd have to get self-reported data from some of the other districts as well, if you wanted to get a complete table. If you were just looking at wanting to publish, say, like an addendum that had just Austin ISD's expenditures in those categories, that's something we can work with your staff on something like that if that was desired. Happy to visit with staff offline to see if there's what we could do to help you out in that regard.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Trustees, are there any other questions on the Prop A efficiency audit? Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you. So I appreciated those that pointed out kind of the incongruency between what's in the report and then what's happening right now. I know the answer to this, but just for clarity's sake, I know we went over how this is an efficiency audit, but it's not exactly an efficiency audit. So just to reiterate, what prompted this audit happening, and then what is the purpose of the information that it's produced? Like what's going to be done with this? Yeah.
Of course, yes. Again, the name is an interesting name, right? It is called an efficiency audit in statute, although when you look at it, we're not really making judgments or conclusions about the efficiency as a whole. But this is a statutory requirement that was put in place in 2019 as part of House Bill 3. And the legislature decided to put in a requirement to make districts go through this exercise prior to asking voters for a tax increase. And so I believe it was the intent of the legislature to just have the districts go through this exercise just to make sure that before they go and ask voters for a tax increase, that they've looked at their operations and they looked at some of the peer districts, and just to make sure that they're doing everything they can to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. I think that's really the main point of the exercise.
Thank you. Any additional questions? I think one of the things we've seen is whatever whatever prompted this, and in this case, statutory requirement ahead of the VADR, I think we've learned a lot from this. We got some really clear representations of different areas of our organization, and in all of the cases, it seems to me, where interesting questions arose, it actually sort of it became testimony of how our district is moving forward. So when we saw payroll was this, Brandy's immediately able to come up and say, well, and in 23, 24, it looks like that, and the data just hasn't caught up, and we see this again and again. So in a sense, this is exciting information because it's pointing to really one of the district's areas of longstanding strength, and now we're getting even better. So this is good to see. So this will conclude 6.1 Prop A efficiency audit conversation. We can move on to 7, student achievement and scorecard goals, starting with 7.1 Spring 2024 Retooled Scorecard End of Year Report. This is part of our commitment to discuss student achievement and present on the Retooled Scorecard End of Year Report. We have scheduled 90 minutes for tonight's discussion. Following this, I will mention and remind the trustees that we go into 7.2, which is 2024 state accountability conversation. Both of these, as part of our commitment to our student focus, will be engaged conversations. And I count on the dais and I see 5. Everyone knows I'm ADD and like to get up a lot, and I won't be able to. Trustees, I'd like to know, would you like to continue and jump in now? Do you need 5 minutes? Would you like 5 minutes at the end of this conversation? Trustee Gonzalez says, oh. Do you need a 5-minute break? All right, so we will break for just 5 minutes and come right back. Do I need to do anything beyond say this is what's happening? This is what's happening. We'll see you in 5. I thank the community for their indulgence. We will now jump in to 7.1, Spring 2024 Retooled School Scorecard End of Year Report.
Thank you, Vice President Foster. Dr. Reach, myself, and Dr. Jay Brown will present the 2024 Retooled Scorecard End of Year Report, and we'll bring it up and present momentarily. Oh, there it is. Go ahead, Jacob.
Thank you so much, Board of Trustees. So today we are here to present to you our 2024 Retooled Scorecard. So this document identifies kind of what we were looking at once we started Lone Star governance. So our purpose was to refine and align the current priorities that we had with the governing priorities that were outlined in the Lone Star governance framework. The intention of this retooling of the scorecard was, like I said, not to create new priorities or expectations, but to ensure that through that process, we had one that met the expectations for Lone Star governance, which is why we call it a retooled scorecard. So we took the scorecard that was in place for last year, and then in December of 2023, we realigned it for those remaining 6 months. And overall, that is what we're going to present on tonight. So I'm going to start with goals. Our first goal, of course, is aligned with HB3, and that is our third grade reading. Our goal is based off of STAR results, while our progress measures, which we'll look at in a moment, are based off of MAP test. Based off the reporting calendar that we created for this retooled scorecard, we actually provided monitoring reports on these goals and constraints twice during that 6-month period. We provided middle of the year data on MAP at the January meeting, and then end of the year data at our June meeting. We now have the actual STAR data as well. As part of our work to also focus on special education, as you may recall, we held a special standalone monitoring report in February that just looked at this goal, but only for special education students. And then we further broke down that report, that kind of special report, based off of all the student groups who were receiving special education services. Overall, the district did experience a decrease in our third grade STAR reading results for all of our student groups except for American Indian, which did see an increase of 14%. While that is good progress, we do want to acknowledge that that is a very small student group, and so a change of just 1 or 2 students in third grade in that student group can make a pretty sizable change in the overall result. In our next presentation for this goal and our next goal, goal 2, we'll actually go into more depth on our STAR results. So I'm not going to go into too much analysis here because we're going to spend some time on our next report. But we certainly want to indicate that why we recognize this decrease is alarming and something we need to focus on. It was not back to those pre-2021 COVID levels. Also, as we'll share a little bit more in our next presentation, we do want to acknowledge that the test students are using, we believe is fundamentally different from the test that was used previously. So while you will see us and other districts and the state routinely see here are STAR scores across time, it's not completely fair to say that this is a complete comparison to earlier years because the test is fundamentally different. And we will go into details on that in our next presentation. So looking at some of our GPMs, we had 2 GPMs for goal 1. Both of them were set on MAP, and it was for third grade and second grade. Our GPM 1.1 was the third grade, 1.2 the second grade. So we looked at this GPM 3 times, beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of year, and you see that on the chart in front of you as the fall, winter, and spring, so beginning, middle, end. And then the end of the year target is the column in red. And as our scorecard stated, we compare the spring results to that end of the year target. So those last 2 columns are the ones that we're really paying attention to. What I've done to indicate where we met results is for each student group, the ones that are in red means that we did not quite meet those results. Those that are in the same black text as the others means that they're the same. We typically say that that is still meeting the target, but I wanted to draw a difference from that and those that were above our target, which were in green. So you can see that for both our third and second grade. So we met targets for this year in several student populations in both the second and third grade. We did see upward trends in almost every student population from spring to spring, with a few exceptions. We saw those most significant increases in second grade. Even with some of the larger gains being from our Black, African American, and Hispanic student population, there does continue to be large disparities in the outcomes for our different student groups, especially when we combine those for our economic status. Oh, and I apologize, I should have pointed this out at the very beginning. With our GPM, something that we did different than our goals is we put right at the top economically disadvantaged, but we also broke out African American and Hispanic just eco-dis. So all of our GPMs look at 2 additional categories compared to our goals, which looks at the 10 categories that the state says we need to look at. So that is our GPM overall for GPM 1 and 1.1 and 1.2. So our goal 2, very similar to the one we just looked at, but this one is for math, also part of our HB3 goals. Again, the goal is based on STAR results, while the progress measures used are the MAP test. As I mentioned already, we had shared monthly results for reading and math. We actually partnered those presentations. So when we provided a presentation to the board back at our monitoring discussions for the 24 year, or for spring 24, we would do reading, then math. So they were always partnered together. We also provided the middle of the year data on MAP at the January meeting and the end of the year data at the June meeting. Likewise, at that February meeting, when we looked just at SPED, we looked at reading and math again. Oh, I'm sorry. So overall, we did not meet any of the goals for our third grade students meeting grades level, earning meets grade level on the STAR math assessment. Many of these did slightly decline from the previous year. As you can see here, the declines were about the same across all student groups, but a decline nonetheless, and we did not meet our target. And in our next presentation, we'll also go into a little bit more depth on third grade math as well. So now looking at our GPMs, again, 2.1 was third grade math, 2.2, second grade math, same setup with our beginning, middle, and end of year. So we did not meet most of our targets for our student populations. We did see upward trend for spring to spring in third grade, but we also saw a downward trend in second grade. We saw a larger gap in math than in reading between our student populations and their targets and the students in the district goal. And we continue to see large disparity in outcomes of African American and Hispanic performance, especially when looking at those by economically disadvantaged. As you can see on the chart, other than Pacific Islander, which again had a very small student group and could see drastic results just because of a few students, we did not meet any of those goals on the GPM. So now our last HB3 goal and last goal of the retooled scorecard, which only had the HB3 goals as our 3 goals. So this one is looking at the percent of graduates that met the TSI criteria on TSIA, ACT, SAT, and either earn an IBC level 1 certification, level 2 certification, or earn an associate's degree, and increasing that. So that kind of more rigorous standard, I think we originally called it the bonus criteria, but then we had some coaching that may not have been the correct language to use because it was focused more on the bonus than the student outcome. So realigning it to spell out everything that we're looking at. So as you can, we did our progress monitoring on this in March. And then as a final reminder, this data is delayed a year. So for all of these other groups that we're looking at what happened in spring of 24. But for this indicator, it is delayed a year. So we get this data a year later. So what we report for the 23-24 school year is actually the students from 22-23. And that's why when you look at the white column right in the middle that shows how we did, it is for 22-23. And our target that we're looking at is the 22-23 target. So the students who just graduated, we would report on them a year from now. So overall, we did see progress in this. We saw growth. In some cases, our growth actually met back up with that first COVID year. But we saw pretty good growth across the board, even for African American, which did not meet our target, did still see growth overall. But we do see that there's more work to be done since that one did not meet the target that we had set. Moving into our GPMs, I'm going to ask if my colleague, Dr. Brown, could share some of the information for GPMs 3.1 through 3.4.
Yeah, so as we head in, as we dig a little further into kind of college and career readiness, the goal itself is looking at what students can leave as they graduate high school. So what part of that CCMR area, think of it as kind of like a certificate they have in hand. Is it whether it's those IBCs, the level 1 or level 2 certificate, or those associate degrees that they have in hand. And the goal itself, we are doing well in. We're raising those up. GPM 3.1 is all about that first step in the process, the TSI. So it's those graduates and how we are looking within that TSI-A test or the TSI standard, which students can get in several ways. We do have growth overall, met that goal in the standard with 53.3%. So that's an increase as well as meeting the goal. And in many areas are increasing, though in not all areas did we meet the goal that we set for ourselves in 23-24. So there's a lot of work to be done, as well as within the next years, a lot of work to be done. Because as a reminder, this specific standard, the TSI requirement, is the first step, the first gate for college readiness. So it's the first step in students' success, making their next step in what they want to do, how they want to kind of get that credential, get that standard, make their next choice. It's also the first step for the district as an institution to meet our accountability requirements, and then later on to meet our outcome bonus requirements. And so we want to make sure that as we are looking within our overall standard, that we're meeting those requirements, but also looking within our student groups, that we're not just growing, but we are growing with all of our students and also making sure that we're looking at those gaps and we are looking at those specific individual groups and making sure that we're finding those resources, allocating those resources, and making sure that students have what they need to make those success choices in their high school careers. For the goal progress measure for 3.2, it's all about how many college course hours that students are earning. So it's on track to college credit hours. So it's students grades 9 through 12, and are they on track to earn 12 hours by the time of graduation? And so this looks at grades 9 through 10, do they have somewhere between up to 6 hours? Grades 11, do you have around 9? And 12th grade, do you have 12 hours? So that's what that measurement is looking like. And you'll see that in this area, this past year had a hard time meeting those hours. This is an area where not only do we have kind of some work to do to dig in, look for resources, look at our options, and where are we allocating our courses, our master schedules, and our resource alignment, but also there's a lot of work to be done as to the context around higher education. What does it look like to say that we want our students in dual credits? In fact, credits that are both high school and higher ed. What does it say to a student, we want you in a college level and college credit course? we want college credit courses aren't just for students that are going on to universities, but they are most often the earn as you learn courses. They are those college and career courses. And I think it's, in a lot of cases, a branding consideration and a communication consideration, because it's also that concept of, are we communicating around FAST and what financial aid and what the opportunities are for our students and what the costs are to us, what the costs are to students, what the costs are in high school and higher education, what the deferred costs are if you're taking courses in high school and what that means afterwards. And so I think that there's a decrease that we're seeing over time, and we decreased this year and have a lot of work to do, both in how we schedule and allocate our courses, how we work with our community to align courses with ACC, with on-ramps, and how we get that in. I think there's also some work to be done on the back end with our registrar in creating, kind of making sure that we have those courses aligned and students can see what their opportunities and what their previous credits are. In the last one, we have 2 more goal progress measures associated with this. 3.3 is a lot like 3.2. It's that on-track measure. And this one is the on-track for industry-based certifications. I think this was the last one that y'all had an update on before the end of the school year. And you'll see that we're doing a pretty good job with this one. There's a lot of green on this chart, if you will. So overall, there's an increase in meeting the goal, as well as in several areas. In areas where the goal was not met, there are several areas that we are increasing, though not meeting the goal. But there are also some areas where there were decreases. The American Indian population, the Asian population, and the 2 or more populations. Specifically, some of those are some of our, not all of them, but some of them are our smaller populations that we need to work on. I'd like to see this one specifically, because it is one that is a certificate in hand when students leave. That this is one that we're increasing overall. This is also an area where we need to be matching our coursework in aligned areas, because it's aligned coursework for an industry-based certification. And it is an area where, while we are overall doing well, this is a tech corridor, and we're doing well, but we're behind the state average. We could be doing better. Now, the state average takes into account West Texas, and West Texas has a lot of industry-based certification. So there are reasons why we might have geographic differences. But this is an area where, when we retooled the scorecard, we looked towards focusing on the courses so we can help better align towards this progress. But I will say that overall, this overall increase looks towards positivity, and I think that there's plans within, as we built this new scorecard, to really ramp up this consideration. In the last one, 3.4, is the on track to pass at least one advanced placement or international baccalaureate, IB course. This is an area where we met the standard, though there's a bit of mixed results kind of with our individual student groups. We do have growth and a few that we have met our goals. If you're a reader of Ed Week like me, you might have noticed that Advanced Placement recalibrated their test this past year. And so that plays into what our data looks like. And I'd like to really focus that as we work with AP, that we're taking into account our recalibration of our tests. They didn't change their tests, they recalibrated their referencing of the criteria as they're kind of headed into a new section of their testing. And so we want to make sure that we're making full sense of that testing. We're working with our peer districts to make sense of our test scores, as well as kind of the national reference of those test scores, that we're providing those opportunities. And we're looking at kind of how we're growing, how those test scores look, and what those opportunities look like for all students. So I think there's a little more data to dig into as we kind of look at this growth and look at future growth in these areas, and ensure that we're having not just success, but successful opportunities for students in these areas.
Thank you. So that kind of summarizes all of our goals and goal progress measures, but that's not the last that we'll hear of these goals, because the goals have continued on into our new scorecard. Now, the progress measures, while similar, have changed, both for Goal 1 and Goal 2. We're still looking at MAP, but looking at a different measure from MAP. For our new Goal 3 around CCMR, while our goal is similar, and some of our GPMs are actually exactly the same, we did focus on what it's actually looking at, and we narrowed that down to, I think we just have 3 GPMs. So these are all discussions that we will continue to have through the year and through the monitoring discussions that we have scheduled for this upcoming year. So now we'll move on to our constraints. So our constraint 1 was well-rounded options in equity. The superintendent shall not prevent students from pursuing coherent pathways outside of core courses. So we provided a monitoring update on constraint 1.1 and 1.2 at our May information session. While these progress measures are not continuing into the new scorecard, I do want to highlight that there is a strong relationship between CPM 1.1 and our goal progress measure for CCMR focused on our CTE pathways. And so some of that is still aligned. We will still share some information on how students are doing on obtaining coherent sequences for CTE. Why we did miss these targets, we do want to indicate that both Hispanic and ECO-DIS improved for our CPM 1.1, and overall, our percent of students did, while overall our percent of students did decrease for 1.1, we've already identified some things that we need to put into place this upcoming year to address that. One of the most important things identified that was shared during our May session was the need for earlier discussions with students about CTE options and strong alignment on CTE options into the middle school level, both things that we plan on continuing to put into place. For 1.2, our rate stayed exactly the same from the year previous, but it was still slightly below 2 years prior, and it was short of our overall goal. I do want to mention that our new executive directors of athletics and fine and visual arts do have a focus on ensuring that K through 12 vertical continuum helps us build strong interest earlier in these valuable options. So while we may not be reporting on this in the future, I would expect for all of these numbers on constraint 1 to continue to grow. So that is board constraint 1. Board constraint 2 was student well-being and equity. This is that the superintendent will not allow a disparity in student disciplinary actions based on race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, or ability. We have 2 CPMs for this, 2.1 and 2.2, looking at the disparity rate of disciplinary actions for our African American students and our special education students. And those were selected because those 2 student groups showed the greatest disparity rate between the actual student body and the percent of disciplinary actions those students were receiving. So these next 2 progress measures will be seen on our upcoming scorecard, although they have been reworked. So how we measure disparity for our new scorecard will be different. And we will share our new monitoring report in April. The monitoring report for constraint 2 on the previous scorecard was shared with the board recently at our June information session. For the progress measures, we would expect the actual rate to match the rate of the student population. And that would show us that there was not a disparity in the overall rate of disciplinary actions. As you can see, unfortunately, both of these items actually increased, so the disparity got greater for both student groups compared to the previous year. The district did identify that we had some inconsistent use of our effective and proactive interventions that were designed to teach students on how to handle interpersonal conflicts. And we also learned that one of our major reasons for increase was because of increase in fights and physical aggression that then led to a disciplinary action. Moving forward, we want to continue to look at alternatives to suspension when appropriate and increased restorative practice support at all of our campuses. We also believe that our new MTSS protocols should have a positive impact on identifying behaviors early and addressing them through those new protocols and some of these new programs that we're looking at with alternatives to suspension. So again, we'll continue to look at these in the future, although a little different. It'll share with us similar information on student disciplinary actions. Constraint 3 was new last year as part of our retooled scorecard, and it came about as part of our discussions and the agreement with TEA for our agreed order for special education. The purpose of this goal is to both be transparent to the public on how we are doing on the major indicators that led to corrective action from TEA, and also allowed the board the opportunity to monitor the progress and plans that we've put in place for addressing these special education evaluations and ensure that that was aligned with the LSG process. As you can see, we did meet both of these targets for the end of the year. The number of pending evaluations, which is the second one, is actually included on our new scorecard, and it will be our first new monitoring report for mid-year at our January board information session. We provided 2 board monitoring updates last semester on both of these CPMs, both at our January and our June board meeting. At that meeting, the SPED team presented data on the increased number of completed initial and reevaluations between these years. That's 3.1. They had an average of 673 completed every month for the 23-24 school year. They also provided a chart that showed the change in pending and initial and all evaluations from 2023 to present. Of note, the district had moved from 3,500 pending all evaluations in May of last year to 1,800 pending to May of this year. So a very good decrease in the number of pending. They also decreased our past due evaluations overall by 90%, and they reduced the past due initial evaluations to below an average of 1 by the end of the year. So really great on both of those. This also happened while at the same time we actually had a larger number of requested new and reevaluations. And some of that can be due to all the work that we did with outreach to families, training for our staff, and focus on evaluations by the district and the campuses, which actually led to higher referrals overall each month. So again, for Constraint 3, we did meet both of our targets, and we will continue to discuss our Constraint 3.2 moving forward. Our next constraint is Constraint 4, Teacher and Employee Well-Being and Equity. And this is that the superintendent will not allow a culture of employee burnout. And this is very related actually to a question we discussed and talked about during the efficiency audit, just presentation before this, how we're doing with some of our retention and teacher turnover. So Constraint 4 is focused on, as I said, teacher and employee well-being, and there are 2 different progress measures here. So we have the 2 for retention. One is looking at teacher positions remaining at Title I campuses, and the other is looking at staff that are not including teachers and their retention overall in the district. So what that means for the Title I, the teacher positions remaining at Title I, that means that last year a teacher was teaching at a Title I campus in the role as a teacher, and they are again this year. So when we consider that, I do want to acknowledge that that could mean that that teacher has moved to be a counselor or an AP, or moved to a central office position, or moved to a non-Title I campus. If any of those occurred, they would not be captured in this number because what we're looking at is staying at a Title I campus. As you can see, we had really good growth on this. Not only did we increase 20% to last year, but we even improved on that 2022 number. But yet we still just missed, and it's less than 1%, our actual target for CPM 4.1. For 4.2, as I mentioned, that is looking for all staff on campuses that are not teachers and what was their overall retention rate. So because the retention rate is looking at staff from one year to a next, we actually did not do a monitoring report on this in spring of 2024, because we typically always report this at the beginning of a brand new school year. And since this was just January to June, it simply did not come up in the calendar for the year. So actually, I should mention, this is the first time you're seeing these outcomes overall. So I talked about missing the other one just by 1%. For 4.2, we also saw a 19% increase to the prior year, and we beat that 2022 rate. And we are excited to say we achieved our target for CPM 4.2. This is just some of the information on why I think this can be on what this can be attributed to. But first and foremost, I believe that it's really due to the amazing work of our talent strategy team, and that we know that the work that they've put in place to create an improved climate at our campuses and to really honor the work of our teachers has paid off in looking at these rates. One other thing that I would mention, and that I've heard Superintendent Segura mention, is that we had really good principal retention from last year to this year. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's the highest that we've seen in at least 10 years, possibly longer than 10 years, in the total number of principals that we need to replace. And we know that that has a really positive impact on the staff at those campuses also, who see that leader retention and also want to stay when they have an effective leader. So while we just missed 4.1, we really believe that these are huge wins for our district and also for our students, who we know benefit so much from having stability at our campuses. Our last indicator here is CPM 4.3, and this is looking at the percentage of staff survey participation. While we provide a lot of planned opportunities for our teachers and staff to respond, I want to be clear, there is not a set requirement that teachers have to respond. We're not following up with individuals. As a matter of fact, our campuses don't even know who has responded and who hasn't. We would have shared with them, here's your percentage, but we would not say that, Jay Brown has not yet responded. And so campuses knew their percentage, but they did not know who had or had not responded. Yet, we were very pleased with seeing that large growth on 4.3. We do believe that a response rate is reflective of a group who is engaged with the district and feels that their feedback will be utilized. So that's why we believe that having strong survey participation is a good indicator for understanding climate of a campus. So we are very excited that we increased over 13% on that and even increased on our 2022 percentage. So our very last constraint is constraint 5, culture of respect and customer service. This is that the superintendent will not allow parents and students to be disengaged. So this is our survey indicators. And we reported on these to the board in May, and then we provided a follow-up to the board on what campuses were doing in response to these surveys in June. As shared at our monitoring report, these indicators represented those who scored on the highest 2 responses out of a 5-point Likert scale. So they needed to have said one of the 2 highest responses for them to be indicated in this percentage of a positive response. While not reflected here, our results did indicate a much smaller percentage who ranked their climate questions in the lowest 2 compared to the 2 previous years. So we not only saw some good increases in those who responded to the 2 highest, but also a good increase of those who responded in the 3rd Now, we always want to ensure, which was a kind of a no opinion. Now, I want to be clear, we want our staff, our students, and our families to have positive experiences. Having a no strong opinion or whatever that middle one may be is not a positive response, and we acknowledge that. But we were happy to see, and we thought it was important to note, that the decrease in negative experiences was a good sign for us as well. CPM 5.1 was really our high point. Overall, we saw an 8% increase from the first year we did the survey to last year, and 2% from the year higher or previous to that. This was even higher when we just aggregated just for teachers compared to all staff, with teachers having a 9-point increase compared to the first year. However, while this indicator did show good growth, we did still slightly miss our target of 70% for 5.1. 5.2 really did show some of our biggest challenges. While student climate did show an increase from the previous year, it was still down from our very first year and still the farthest away from our target and where we hope to be. We indicated this in our presentation in June as a major area of focus, and a major update that we provided in June was how we were utilizing the student data in order to discuss campus changes that are needed. Some of the items that we discussed was how we use the data for our tiered support and for behavior discussions with our PLCs, and also how principals will set goals for student engagement and belonging in their CIP utilizing this data. CPM 5.3 also did show growth compared to previous years, both last year and the first year that we had the survey. But again, it did fall short of our overall goal of 75% for families. So while we did miss all these targets, we did see growth this last year that we did believe was a positive sign, but understanding that there was still more work to do. So that is our last constraint. I know that was a lot of data, a lot of indicators, but we recognize how important it is at the end of every year to look back and say, how did we end up doing on that scorecard at the end of the year? So now I'd like to turn it back over to Superintendent Segura and our trustees for any questions.
Trustees, I'd like to invite any questions. Trustee Gonzalez?
Thank you. So I'll start with where you just ended off, Dr. Reach. Looking at 5.1 and 5.2, 5.3, I wish that, I know this has come up with some of the other goals, specifically, like I think the algebra one that we were talking about just a few weeks ago. I wish that the number of respondents was included for each of these years. I think that would be helpful comparison, just because, like you said, it's not obligatory to take the climate survey. And I think, as we've said before, a non-response is also a form of response. So just for really knowing what's happening there. I also know that this isn't something that's going to be in one in the future, so why am I bringing it up? But the other thing that I wanted to point out was that in some of the goals in the discussion around there, it was pointed out that the overall goal was met, but that in some of the specific targeted populations of students, not only in some instances was the goal not met, but there were a decline in outcomes. And I know that that's been a concern with this different scorecard than in the past, was that the goal has to be around the group. All students, exactly. So could you just speak to that concern, the concern of the tension around meeting the overall goal, but still being declines in specific populations of students?
Yeah,
Sure. You can go ahead, Jacob, and I can follow you, or either way.
Okay. I'm happy to say a few words on it and then turn it over to Superintendent Segura, if that's all right. So, you know, we believe strongly that when we do our monitoring and when we share it, we always need to share all the information, not just the all students for those goals, the goals especially, but for all of our data when we're doing the monitoring report, we want to make sure that we're showing all the student groups. And so while LSG does require us to focus on all students, something that the coach shared with the board during the presentation on the scorecard development. We want to continue to bring forward these different student groups and have discussions around individual student groups. Another thing that I would mention that the coach did share with the board is that it is appropriate for the board to determine, like, while all students is going to be the outcome for this goal, how are you going to evaluate the district overall based off of all results? And I know that the coach had said that maybe you're saying that you're gonna, maybe it's as strong as you want to see every goal met, or maybe it's that you want to see a majority of the goals met, or something along those lines. But that it is appropriate and expected for us not to just say, oh, we met the goal, so that's good. We need to make sure that we're meeting it for all of those groups that we need to make progress for.
Yeah, I think, Jacob, you answered it well. The only thing I would say is my understanding was that the student groups that were identified by the board as being the determination for if the goal is met should be a large enough student population to be an indicator that the overall goal had been met. And so I think that was the coaching that we received from Ashley. But as a board, I don't think that's been discussed or communicated for us to determine what's met and not met as we move forward. But I think there's an opportunity for that conversation, here in the near future.
Yeah, I think that needs to happen for sure. I think this is the first time that I'm seeing kind of one reported out, fleshed out, and I think that's something that we really do need clarity on. If the monitor reports are going to be approved by us, then we've got to define what that is.
I do know that, yes. I'll just say yes. There's some work around that needs to occur.
And Trustee Gonzalez, Dr. Brown and I even had a conversation on, it's not up on the screen right now, but you may see it on yours. It was GPM 3.1, the TSI. And we talked about how we met all students, and we were kind of looking at the data on why that is. It's because our Hispanic students did very well on increasing their, meeting those passing scores on TSI. And Hispanic students is our largest group. And so we know that if they can make significant progress, it's always going to move that all student group. Are we at 56%, 60%? Yeah, 60% of our total student population. So I think that that's a good indicator of kind of what you mentioned. We made it for Hispanic and Asian, but no other group met the target. Yet we still met the all-student target. And again, it's because Hispanic made such significant progress.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Anyway, that's all for me for now. Thank you.
Trustee Kaufman?
I also would like to start with the goal progress measures under 5. The constraints under 5 with the culture of respect and customer service. So I recognize also that this isn't going to be one of our future scorecard indicators, partly because it's addressing adults in some cases, not student outcomes, but I want to just again recognize that focusing on students doesn't mean that we have to blur out the adults, that we know that we have to also take care of the adults who are educating and keeping our kids safe. So I think it is important that the district continues to address the culture of respect and customer service, and under constraint 4 also continue to focus on the teacher and employee well-being and equity. So looking at these measures that are in here, I wanted to ask about what's the understanding of why we're kind of not meeting the goals on the staff climate survey under 5.1.
So as I mentioned, it was just looking at those who scored in the top 2. And I'm not saying it's an excuse, but I want to provide it as a context that we were pleased to see that those scoring in the bottom 2 greatly decreased compared to previous years. But again, having no opinion is an opinion, and it's saying there's more work for us to do to make sure that people actually have an opinion on the climate, and we want it to be positive. So while we were glad that there was the decrease in the negative experience.
But I mean, interrupt and just say, like, well, I mean, but what we want is our employees to be overjoyed about, the work that they do is so important and it's so meaningful and it's so powerful that it's heartbreaking when educators who are typically in it for the best of reasons don't love their job and don't love their workplace and aren't excited to be there. So I just want to really kind of just understand what's the perception of our school leadership about why we're not kind of hitting those targets of 2/3, just more than 2/3 of our staff,
I think it's
on the higher level.
Yeah, I think it's several things. I think the first is you've had significant instability over the last 2.5 years, the correlation between principal turnover, teacher turnover, which means that you have a lot of educators coming into the workforce who are kind of getting their first either experience being an educator or being an educator in Austin ISD. I think, so that's one. I think two, we've tried desperately over the last 2 years to identify the things that have been added to educators' plates that should be taken off. We called it strategic abandonment. I think there was some work that I think ultimately led to some positive results at the end of 2023 that led into the beginning of 23 and 24. And I think the last thing I would say is, honestly, compensation and, an overall work-life balance that really honors the profession. And so at the end of 2023, we made some adjustments, but it takes time, I think, ultimately to move the system. I think a lot of people, I would be someone that probably wouldn't have a positive response in my first year or 18 months. I think it does take some time. That's an area of focus for us. But those are three certainly areas that I have been tracking and that we have identified. I will say that instability matters. I do spend a lot of time on our campuses now. I know our leadership team does. I can say anecdotally that it feels different. I do expect these numbers to continue to move. And I think your point is well taken. If you look at the overall outcomes in the scorecard, especially, goal 1 and 2, they're nowhere near where we want them to be. But you have to think about, okay, well, what is the most important thing? Well, it's having an educator in the classroom. Well, we've made significant strides over the last year to move that number in the right direction. Our attrition rates have gone way down, our numbers have gone up, but that's going to it's a leading indicator. It's going to take a little bit of time for us to get to where we need to be. But those are the three reasons that I think that we are where we are. And yes, it's moving in the right direction, but not where we need to be yet.
We just finished a set of focus group interviews with our principals, and we were speaking to principal coaching, but it did touch on quite a bit of surveying. And some of the feedback that we're wrapping up the analysis accordingly is that this is actually a really complex question, and our principals are the ones that most often deal with unpacking this data and working with their staff on this data, doing data digs and then speaking through, this is what the data looks like, how do we build goals around it, where do we want to go from here, what do we look at this data the next time around, and speaking to the complexity of what does kind of culture look like, what all goes into it, what is it at the district level, what is it at the campus level, is very complex from a principal perspective, from a teacher's perspective, very much. And what they spoke to is sort of having smaller chunks of pieces to work at, and really focusing on what are the things that we can look at that are culture related and have questions around that, and have actionable items around that, and having survey questions around that they can say, in the fall, what does this look like? What can we work on? What can we relate to? And have kind of action items and come back to and revisit. And I think that there is a survey that's running right now, specifically with teachers, that they're asking those questions around, and positive responses as to how they can create action with that. And that's only one piece of the pie, but it was very telling as to culture is a very big question that's very hard to break apart, the individual pieces. And any one specific teacher's kind of notions of that. Not to say that it can't be done, but very hard to really understand what all goes into it.
So I know we control what we can control, right, which is the way we treat our teachers and the work that we assign to our teachers and the limits that we have within the state laws and rules. But I do want to acknowledge, right, that teacher retention and filling vacancies is a statewide challenge, and that it's an urgent need across the state in many different districts, in every district practically. And so I want to think back to the teacher vacancy task force that the governor called for a few years ago, and the recommendations that were made at the state level for how we can address the teacher shortage across the state. And there were a package of recommendations that came out of that task force, including compensation, training and support, and working conditions. I'm curious, again, not to point fingers and not to make excuses, but to what extent have we in Austin seen improvements or efforts coming out of those recommendations? And I think, first of all, on the increased overall compensation, and when this report was released in February 2023, our legislature promptly ignored teacher compensation for a full 8 months and left $5 billion of unused allocated funds for education in the coffer. And so that's one example where I see that the state promptly ignored the message it received from that task force about the importance of compensation for our teachers. And here we are a year later struggling to figure out how can we pay our teachers more. I want to just kind of get the sense from our administration, are there other aspects of that task force recommendation list that you have seen progress on that is benefiting our Austin ISD teacher force?
So I'd love to have Brandy chime in here, but Trustee Kaufman, I would tell you that a lot of the strategies that we have pursued and really reinforced as a system were ones that were kind of built organically. I mean, some of them were best practices, some of them was just a shared understanding of our system and the culture, and really just where we were as an organization. I certainly recognize that as a statewide effort. The solutions and strategies that we brought forward were really Austin-centric, I would say, especially given where we were just 2 years ago. So yes, as you just mentioned, compensation is an aspect of it, but we also know it's not the only thing. And so certainly, Brandy, feel free to chime in, but I don't want the presumption to be that, we just went to a list that was created at the state level and we just pulled from it and acted. That wasn't the case at all.
Yeah. So what I'm asking is more to the extent of having recognized this as a statewide problem, have we seen statewide action to improve the conditions under which we are operating within Austin? Because the conditions around the expectations that are on teachers, the high stakes and high pressure aspect of the failed accountability system, whether the infrastructure is there for effective teacher preparation programs that are providing incentives for people to go into the teacher preparation programs, so we don't continue to see the dwindling numbers of people coming out of teacher preparation programs. Austin only has so much control over getting people to enter teacher preparation programs, and yet we're left with whoever, the smaller number of people exiting the program. So my question is really, are we seeing statewide efforts that are successfully helping improve the conditions under which AIC does its work trying to recruit and retain teachers?
Thank you for the question, Trustee Kaufman. I'm going to give you a very blunt no. That it is, in my opinion, quite frankly, the efforts of Austin ISD, and particularly, and I appreciate Dr. Reach giving kudos to Talent Strategy, but it's not. It is literally our principals that are the change makers in this district that make their teachers stay. They are such a levy for the pressures that come upon teachers and TAs and everybody else. Truly, the health and the spirit of a campus is so driven by that administration. And so I want to take a moment just to celebrate our principals for that fact. The reason that we've increased double digits over the last couple of years is because we have an administration that is very pro-principal, and our principals are doing a tremendous job. But I'm telling you, if we don't give them some relief, like they're going to buckle as well. So we need that. But really, this growth is because of the people leading those campuses. It matters who you work for. It matters who you work for.
Thank you. And just going back again to the teacher climate survey and thinking about the importance of teacher retention, because teacher retention is, as you mentioned, like a huge factor for student outcomes. And so when we're pursuing student outcomes through teacher retention, what are the kind of leading indicators that we're going to use moving forward? Since we don't have this as a constraint measure, what are some of the leading indicators that our administration plans to use to monitor that our teachers are not suffering from the burnout and that they are not, that we are improving our retention rates as has been done already, and that we are continuing to have more and more teachers answering that I love my job and I love my workplace?
Yeah, I think Trustee Kaufman, you know, it was actually funny. Dr. J. Brown and I had a conversation just maybe 4 or 5 hours ago when we were passing in the hallways about this very topic. And yes, though the constraint will not continue on in the same way, and though the tools that have been used previously to collect this data may not be used in the same way moving forward, I do want to acknowledge that we have the resources and the ability to develop our own. And I think one of the things that I heard when Trustee Gonzalez was talking about the survey, I guess back in April or May, was, you know, really the way they were receiving information, the participation rates across different campuses. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to develop something that truly kind of gets at the root of what we're trying to understand about our teachers and educators and professionals, which they are. And so I don't know that we haven't built what that looks like yet. But I do want the board to know that, as you just said, and I 1,000% agree, the ability for this organization to move forward and really improve student outcomes is going to be totally dependent on our ability to support educators, 1,000%. And we've made some significant strides, and these are leading indicators. You know, we talked about attrition rates, we talked about retention rates between Title I and non-Title I schools and how that's less than 1%. There's a lot of things that lead me to believe that we're kind of on a trajectory to get there. But one of the things we'll have to develop is that tool that's going to help us understand year over year how our educators feel about the organization that they work for. And so that's still an area of work for us, I would say. I don't know, Dr. J. Brown, I know we have other tools that we use, and there's one that we are currently using, but it's also not district-wide. So, Brandy, I'm not sure if there's something you want to add to that.
Jay had already mentioned it, that we are running a very specific survey right now, but I want to drill in on that. It is asking very, very detailed, nuanced questions about, so that we can, it's not just asking about climate, it's asking very specific questions about how you build climate and culture on a campus, so that we can be incredibly targeted with improvements campus by campus. Not only that, but it can also give us cross-sections on how our first-year teachers feel about those subjects, how our 10-year teachers feel about those subjects, how our 20 years, and so that we can be differentiated and provide supports to our educators across the spectrum.
And when you say educators, that survey that you're talking about now, is that one that is designed for all educators, including our educators who drive a bus, and including our educators who serve food in the cafeteria, including our educators who coach our teachers and serve our homeless kids? Are we talking about a staff survey, or are we talking about a teacher survey?
No, sir, this one is just specifically a teacher survey.
So what are we using for, to measure our staff climate?
We're going to have to be in-house with our own tools to roll out a climate survey for the
Is there a
remaining
timeline
staff
for
members.
that, for when we're going to
I'm going to have to defer to Dr. Brown on that one.
That is the, darn microphones. That is the one that we will need to look at and develop. So with the close of the Panorama contract, the staff survey that was developed with the Panorama, we currently have a hole in district-wide staff climate surveying. And so we can send out any survey, but sending out a quality survey takes time to look at, develop, make sure that we're sending out correctly, make sure that we can get the quality information that we need from those specific populations, and make sure that we get it correctly.
Timeline? How long are we thinking before we can hear the voices of all our staff?
Well, so we would be, so I don't want to commit to a timeline just yet. I will tell you that the previous survey didn't necessarily get at the question that you're trying to answer. Because overseeing operations for as many years as I did, I will tell you participation rates at our bus terminals, the custodians, a lot of individuals who work for us that are really key to the system, and our educators, I would agree with you, don't necessarily access the hardware and software necessary to respond.
Yeah,
and
and
get the
really, I
rates
just
that we
need some reassurance that it's going, like.
Oh, it's
that
going to happen.
And that our employees whose voices aren't being heard right now understand why, and that they know that there's a, they see that there is an opportunity coming where they'll have a chance to express their.
Yes, 100%. And I think it was, did you say what tool or what? So we're going to kind of revert back to a previous practice we had, which is going to be run internally. Before we didn't have Dr. J. Brown in the current role or the department, we brought that back. And this is precisely the type of support that division can provide. So.
And I know that we have, Let's Talk, and I know that people have channels through their campus leadership or through their department leadership to give feedback, but I would just encourage you to to re-invite people to say, although there is not a survey, we encourage you to share with, our superintendent, to share with our board, to share with your supervisor what you're experiencing and what is it that is going to help us keep you here and help you do your jobs well, just so they know that even though there's not a survey, they still have a voice. I know that that's true, but I think it's important that they hear that, because what I'm hearing now is, what about us, right? You're not asking us, or I'm even hearing from teachers saying, what about them? Because they are essential to what we're doing, and we're not hearing, and you're only asking us teachers about our work. So I just encourage you to make sure it's understood by everyone, that everyone's voice matters in that area. I'm going to stop on that note, because I know there's a lot of student outcomes in this report, but I know we're going to be talking about our accountability, and so that's where we'll get at the STAR and some of the other areas. So I will defer, except I will take a moment to commend Dr. Reach on his selection of shirt and tie today. Quite dapper, quite good looking there.
Well, thank you. May I say the same to you, sir?
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kaufman. Trustee Hunter.
Good evening, thank you. Can we get slide 9 back up? So I just have a clarifying question. When we're looking at, I can't see the words now because of the closed caption, but when we are, is this, college credit. This is across all of our programs, right? It's like on-ramps, ACC, AP, it's across everything?
That is correct. Early college, yeah.
Okay. Then these numbers concern me even more. That in 23, 24, and so these are the students that were in school 22, 23?
These are last year's seniors.
Okay, so 23. That's right. So it's not lagging, this is actual?
It is, it's not a lagging.
Okay, perfect. Good, then that's my question. So, I'm just curious. I mean, for students who receive special education services, we missed it by a lot. And I'm just kind of thinking how we missed it. Like, what didn't we do? And so that's really what's the plan moving forward? Because what is it like, even when you get into, I think you just have to pass one part of the TSI, you can start taking classes, right? And then you kind of get a border, like, what are we not doing and what should we be doing when it comes to increasing that for our students who are just not making it? Or not even making it. I mean, I don't even know if they know it, because that's such a small number. I'm assuming this is because, not that they're attempting and failing, they're not even taking it.
So I do think this is where our new scorecard has some better alignment, because it looks at students that are taking a variety of advanced coursework, but it also takes that TSI down to lower levels. So it lets us align better. What does our TSI look like, and where are we allocating resources for TSI, and when are we looking at students for TSI. So when should the expectation of TSI be? When should we be making sure that students are taking it? And have we looked at them early enough to where we can make sure that they are ready and able to get into these types of courses? I would like to make sure that the more appropriate curriculum people can have those opportunities to answer your questions more in depth when we come up for board monitoring on our new scorecard issues. But I do think that the goal, as well as the goal progress measures that we worked very hard for this new scorecard, should help better align early identification of students that are in need of help for that first kind of step on the process, as well as making sure that they have access for success in advanced course taking.
Okay,
And so I think that you should have opportunity to ask those questions, and we should have opportunity for better alignment along the way.
Excellent. I guess also I just want to encourage the administration, you've got to leverage those parents. If they don't know what's going on, if I don't know my kid is even in that class, I can't look in the room and be like, put the game, look at me, I'm so old Game Boy, I don't even know what kids play now. Put the Atari down and go and do your homework or whatever, right? And so we have got to leverage parents. We have got to get them in. They are our partners, and right now they are literally sitting on the bench while we are out here running all of the bases, and they need to be working too, right? But they don't know what to do because we haven't let them in. So that's an encouragement. Can I get slide 8 up? Thank you for the answers on that, y'all. And I know we have, excuse me, a new scorecard and all of that, but still when I look at these numbers and I look at less than 2%, right, or not, I'm sorry, yeah, 2, less than 4, I guess my question is, what do we know about the root cause of why? I'm sorry, you should probably know, like, in my head, I said the rest of that, specifically for students receiving special education services and for African-American students. Like the root cause, like what did we walk away and say, now we know?
Dr. Wilson, would you like to? So specifically, African-American students and special education.
And special education services, because it's,
Your point, Aiden.
yeah,
Good evening. One of the major root causes is the change in test from TSI to TSIA2. It's a more complex test, and we noticed that our students face significant challenges in reading and math, and those are areas where we are trying to help to improve. Excuse me. I do want to say that we had a plan for vertical alignment. Last year, we had students testing earlier for TSI 2, so they tested in the 8th grade. This year, with the Texas College Education Board, there's a new policy out where they can only take the test in high school. So that information just went out to our campus administrators today in our Leadership Weekly report, and we have plans to strengthen the core where it comes to high school, but that vertical alignment piece where we wanted to start a little earlier in middle school will not be able to start. We'll still have it for PSAT so that we can track advanced pathways. You hit the nail on the head when you talked about early alignment from 4-year planning to 7-year planning, and it really needs to start even further than 7-year planning to elementary planning. When we look at the algebra scorecard goals in other areas, we notice that when we increase representation with these groups in advanced courses and give them exposure, early exposure, it helps. For a lot of people, it's just self-efficacy for students. If it's your first time in a rigorous class and it's in 9th grade, it's a little too late. They have to be exposed to that in advance. And there are a lot of other pathways that help, like AVID and other classes that help kids to increase their executive functioning skills, teaching them very specific, structured, routine procedures for studying and things like that. What we also notice with the high school students is that it's very hard to be a teenager and to be expected to be in a high school class while also being a college student as well in a dual role. So we have been working very closely with our partnership with Austin Community College and also with Misan, who's the interim vice chancellor right now, to strengthen those skills and to help pivot, to help identify root causal areas, and then to find those supports in the classroom setting to ensure that once kids are enrolled and once they are in these classes, that they persist through those classes and they are successful with that.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
I'll say, Dr. Wilson, would you mind speaking to just the recent realignment for secondary outcomes and the kind of bringing in, advanced academics, CTE and CCMR, and then also speak to Salesforce and how decision that the board supported late last year has helped us build a dashboard that allows us to track students and provide kind of real-time support versus lagging information and decision-making.
Yeah, I will definitely speak to that. We are excited. Our Executive Director of Secondary Outcomes starts Monday. She actually starts Monday, Miss Ashley Beneker, and she will lead the entire alignment of what we've placed together, because we've noticed that a lot of our blind spots and missteps are happening because we have systems in different departments that aren't necessarily talking to each other organically outside of intentional meetings that are created. So now these systems and departments will all be seamlessly aligned for system coherence. So that includes, like Superintendent Seguda said, it includes academic counseling, advanced academics, CTE, and CCMR. We have already begun the meetings and the alignment and calibration with that piece. Today they were all at a learning summit together. But with that in alignment, there will be systems placed for our campuses and processes that are placed in for the academic advising and counseling piece. What we also noticed with TSIA testing and even with the placement of students in courses is that if students aren't advised appropriately and if their parents aren't aware of all of the options, then they're just going to go where their friends go, or they're going to go where their favorite teacher is, but it may not necessarily be the best pathway or best course to support them in whatever that academic pathway and alignment piece is. And then also with Salesforce, we are part of the steering committee and team that has been meeting regularly. Kudos to our IT team as well that has helped to spearhead that work to introduce the dashboard to our campuses. And we've also increased access for the dashboard so that it's not just the campus administrator or the designated assistant principal that is the CCMR point person or CTE point person. We've increased access to include counselors, to include all campus administrators, and then our secondary leadership team as well, so that we are monitoring data in real time and able to pivot and adjust and not wait until a monthly report is printed or wait until the end to see if we made it, because hope is not a strategy. So we have to be strategic in monitoring and implementing in real time. And so that also consists of our CCMR teams and our CTE teams having quarterly meetings at the campus with the entire administration team, with the counseling team, to sit down and to be able to individually talk about every student and where their pathway is and how successful they are in their pathway. It also means bringing together our secondary outcomes team with our Friday executive leadership team meetings weekly. Those have been happening for the past year, and you've noticed the numbers, the spike in data for IBCs, and it's all because of the conversations that are happening to put systems in place to monitor. And then lastly, the meetings with our level principals every month. Our secondary outcomes team, they're a part of those meetings. They're presenting, they're interacting with principals and able to look at the data and the portfolio and to advise on the best pathways possible.
Okay, excellent. Again, I can't say, I do have a question, but again, I can't say enough about getting parents in to understand when a student decides to, because I mean, theoretically, a kid could go into AP, advanced level course, dual credit, and a parent never know. And so I really think some sort of connect has to be there for them to be like, I mean, back in the olden days, back in the 1900s, you had to take a piece of paper and say, look, Mom, can I take these classes? Will you sign off on it, right? Now, because I was born in the 1900s, my children unfortunately still have to do that, right? And that's why my kid is currently in Spanish 3 and not creative writing, because she needs Spanish 3 more, trust me. But if we get them in and have, this is me envisioning, right? An orientation. Welcome to orientation. Your children are now taking advanced courses. Here are some things that you should know. Here are some ways you can help. Here are some questions you should be asking your student every 3, 6, 9 weeks or whatever, right? So that we give them the tools. So again, they can be doing their share, right? Because we over here doing all the heavy lifting. Plus, they also know what's going on. And that's going to be a theme with me tonight. It's going to come up one more time, I promise. But getting parents in and letting them know what's going on can save us a lot of work on the back end, because parents can say, hey, he works after school every day till whatever, and he's not sleeping and he's doing this. Do you think this is, and then you can advise them and be like, hey, maybe he doesn't need to take 5, maybe he just needs to take 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hunter. We are increasing those numbers as well. We had a record number of parents and participants on a virtual call last week. It was for our AP classes virtual call, and so Dr. Severance led that work, and we were excited to see those numbers increase. We are trying to increase the number of opportunities and touch points that we have with parents to interface. One more thing I wanted to mention is that we are also working with Austin Community College to delineate between dual credit. A lot of times when we talk about dual credit, everybody thinks about just the academic dual credit component piece, but there's also the workforce dual credit component. And so our Executive Director of Secondary Outcomes that begins on Monday is highly experienced when it comes to those industry-based learning experiences and the partnerships and the opportunities that are out there for workforce dual credit. So being able to educate parents and the community on what that looks like, because we hear dual credit, and to me, it seems like it's only one pathway, but it's not that way at all. So showing those options, I think, will help, especially our students that, our Black students, our students that are receiving special education services, to know that there's more than one pathway to success. And when they are exposed to those pathways, it increases the opportunity for them even beyond the campus or beyond the high school credit level to be successful in life.
Trustee Zapata, any questions?
So in just listening to all the areas where there was decrease and we didn't meet our goal, how might the changes that you're thinking in strategy, is that how much is going to be it's going to be impacted by the budget? You know, what strategies are you thinking about that are going to need to be reflected in our budget?
Well, Trustee Zapata, one thing I would mention is that since our goal 1, 2, and 3 are continuing on in our new scorecard, we do want to ensure that the work that we do for our budget this year is well aligned to that and all of our goals and constraints on there. And so foremost of our mind is how are we going to, I don't want to say protect, but that has been part of our conversation, is that when we're looking at budget cuts, how does it, impact, that's a much better word. How does a budget cut potentially impact our outcomes for third grade reading, third grade math, CCMR, those other indicators, so that we make sure that that's part of our conversation and that we're keeping that at the forefront, so when we bring it forward, we can say that either we know this won't have an impact or it will, but here's what we're going to do to help address that, to help mitigate that, to help just support the changes that are going to be made with that. And so especially for goal 1, 2, and 3, that's going to be really true because they continue on. Even some of these constraints that don't continue on, I can tell you that even though retention may not be on our scorecard next year, Superintendent Segura is going to be asking Brandy at every meeting, how's our retention going? What are we doing on that? And how are we addressing that? And so we have those conversations now while going through this budget work, granted on the new scorecard, but how will those budget cuts have any effect on these scorecard indicators?
Trustee Zapata, one thing that I think we can certainly anticipate is with our commitment to MTSS and the commitment of bringing in content interventionists, which is currently a position we don't have in the way that we would like to have it to fully support MTSS. We're making a commitment now to go ahead and ensure that resource is here to support our students. But certainly as we move forward, that is going to be an expense that we have to manage and consider. And currently right now, the plan is to have that be supported by Proposition A, but it is something that we cannot wait on. It's just something that we absolutely have to do now. So that is something that certainly want to be mindful of the board and share with the board, and we've had those conversations already, but that is one in particular that I think is it important enough that I should bring up at this point.
That's all I have. Thank you.
We have Trustee Boswell online, and we also have Trustee Whitley Chu, who has joined us. I'll go to you, Trustee Boswell, first.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you all for this information and this presentation. I'd like to go back to our goal to the math. And I know we're seeing a pattern that we've been seeing really since we came back from the pandemic, that those numbers continue to lag more than our reading scores, more than many other scores. And just interested in asking the same question that I know we've discussed before. Do we have a good understanding of why those numbers continue to lag, and why, even as we've had time to fill the gaps, even as we've had time to help our students catch up, even as the students coming in are not the same students who missed, first grade or second grade anymore, why those persist so strongly? Do we have a clear understanding of that? And I know it's not just us, but what's going on?
Trustee Boswell, I'd like to invite Dr. Maxwell and Lakeisha Drinks to provide a response. I know we've touched on this before in previous presentations, but I think it's really helpful to kind of provide full context.
Do you want to go first? So, good evening, Board of Trustees. Thank you for this question, Trustee Boswell. This is actually a topic that we were discussing today in a meeting prior to this, as we, discuss quite often. And there are national lags with mathematics achievement and instruction. As we've said in previous meetings, we've really concentrated a lot of our efforts around literacy. And so there is an obvious need to start to divide some of that focus to math. What we're seeing right now, as our teachers are embracing the new math curriculum, is that there is some a little bit of capacity building with a lot of our new teachers that have entered education, because we, over the last few years, have not focused necessarily on best practices with manipulatives and basically building conceptual understanding before moving to the abstract. And so what we are challenged as a team, a leadership team, to do is to figure out how we can help grow our instructional practices in literacy, spend time on math without overwhelming our teachers. I think when Trustee Kaufman was speaking about climate and morale of teachers, I think a little bit of the elephant in the room that we dance around is honestly the lift of the order. And I think if we don't put it out there, it just really isn't fair to the organization. And so we are challenged with trying to balance listening and responding to teachers and providing support, and then meeting our obligations in that area. And it's a difficult balance, right? And we work every day to try to receive more feedback and try to make some adjustments and slow things down. But at the end of the day, we still have the goals in our scorecard. We have the goals that we have for ourselves. And so, so really just trying to figure out how we work math into the focus that we have on literacy.
Good evening, and I think Ms. Drinks touched on this as well, but there's just not the same level of research and practices and materials in math as there is in literacy. It's just a little bit behind, and while there are great efforts in that, what we're charged to do then is provide those resources, that professional learning, the practices to teachers when there's just not as much to pull from. So while we still have some kids now, to your point, Trustee Boswell, that have started education with us, they also started in that time where either teachers were experiencing high levels of turnover and campuses were, so we've got a lot of a new workforce, but also experienced a lag in practices that if they were here pre-COVID and then during COVID, just a lag and a change in practices for themselves. And professional learning in our district and districts all over the nation have really been battling to catch up with this in the field of math. So as we continue to move forward in literacy, there's no denying that is critical and that we have to continue to focus on that. We just had a discussion today with the leadership team about how we will begin to add professional learning for our math practices. Fortunately, it is one of our areas of focus for MTSS because, again, MTSS isn't just about Tier 2 and Tier 3. It really is about Tier 1. So how we're working with our administrators, our instructional leaders on campus to really support teachers, give high-quality observations and feedback on practices is just a continuing effort of ours.
Thank you both for that. Appreciate that. And want to say, as you're working on all that you can do within the district and on our campuses and in our classrooms, I know we have the Greater Austin Reading Coalition in partnership with United Way that's aligned with our HB3 goal for reading and working to make Austin as a city, a literacy-rich environment, Greater Austin. And if there would be any support, anything we can do as trustees in our role connecting with the community to really explore a numeracy initiative in our city as well. I think that's something that we would be happy to offer support for, and there may be partners interested. So, I know this is going to take all of us, and a lot of it is reinforced by how you play games with your children, whether you cook with your children, all the things, that we can do out in the world as well. So, thank you for all of this, and really want to support what you're doing and really excited to see this begin to bear fruit and know it's not just us. But thank you for that. I have a question about goal number 1, our reading. And, with the changes in the STAR, which come periodically, and which is part of what we're seeing in our data, what are we doing to have a really solid understanding of what's an artifact of a test that, is obviously something we have to adapt to and rise to, and what really shows whether our kids are not keeping up? Do we have a good handle on that? Not just as a scorecard STAR measure, but kind of where our kids really stand in terms of, have they fallen behind? Have they not? How are we looking at NAEP, which I know is 4th grade? Kind of what are we doing to understand beyond the test to what our students really know?
Right, so excellent point to bring up. I think we talk about this a lot. This really is just one data point that is not always demonstrative of what our students know and are able to do, and also isn't a great indicator of what they don't know and what we do need to work on. And so part of our system is really not to all year long depend on this one data point, but to have just multiple ongoing observations and assessments of our students. So when we make choices for students that do need deeper levels of intervention and stronger levels of instruction and some more systematic and explicit instruction sometimes, we use multiple things to decide what it is that each student needs. It's really an individual decision at this point through our campus child study team meetings. So they look at multiple points of data. They can include observations in the classroom, things that teachers have seen just working with students, things like our diagnostics that we have, some where it's just a one-on-one assessment with a student where they're looking at very specific skills. And this is true for math and literacy. And with all of that information, that's when you design kind of almost like an individualized instructional plan for students. There could be multiple students, of course, that are working on the same area. So usually you're working with students in small groups at this point. So it's just really an accumulation of lots of different data points. Part of our process is we really require that we use multiple data points to look at students and make those decisions on what they need. So this is definitely one assessment. As we know, the assessment is changing and is a moving target. The other assessments that we use are much more static. They test, in this case, for the skills that are strongly correlated to reading success, that are evidence-based, that are attached to the science of reading that let us know very specific things we can work on with our students.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Dr. Maxwell. I have a question about goal 3, our CCMR goal. I have 2 questions about that. One, Dr. Brown, you mentioned the AP tests and that the College Board is adjusting how those are scored. And wondering if we need to look again, maybe for next year. I would love your guidance as you kind of figure out collectively how the scores have changed, whether we need to adjust our scorecard to kind of remain in line with the tests as they are. So we're not kind of chasing a moving target. So I don't think that's answerable now because it looks like people are just starting to figure this out. But I know College Board publishes a great deal of data and would love to just consider that when it's appropriate to kind of look at our scorecard and maybe make some adjustments next year. So thank you for that.
I think
And
we'll
then
get
I have
more information. Oh, I'm sorry. I think
Go
we'll
ahead,
get more
yes.
information, and we've also had a little bit of discussion with our other peer school districts to keep an eye on the information. College Board has kind of a great deal of specificity as they make changes, and so they'll publish more information as they dig into their own data, and so we'll be able to look at that in reference to our information, and we'll also be able to ask questions of our other districts and be able to see if it makes a difference, should we make a difference in any of our indicators as we move forward. But we'll have more information as that goes.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Brown. And when you get that, I just invite you to kind of bring that, Superintendent Segura, invite you to bring that to us as a recommendation if that with your team makes sense. So our scorecard is really tracking how our students are doing, not a score that's a moving, another moving target. Thank you for that. I have a question about the TSI goal progress measure on goal 3 as well. It was nice to see growth in a lot of our student groups, and I know we've talked about it a little bit, but do we understand why scores for our students who are emergent bilingual, no, that wasn't the one I was looking at. Okay, that wasn't the one I was looking at. So, I was looking at GPM, sorry, 3.1 on that one. That's what I was looking at. So maybe the next slide. Yes. So why are emergent bilingual? There are a lot of groups that went up but didn't meet, but our emergent bilingual students dropped a significant amount. Do we have an understanding of why that would be?
I do not at this time, but that is an area for exploration. And
Hi, Trustee Boswell.
Hello.
So as stated before, with the changes in the test and with our students already coming in with some pretty significant deficits in reading and writing, reading and math, those are challenges that we see that are also evident in TSI. They're evident in ELC. And MAP growth in a lot of areas are pretty consistent with that evidence. We have been working to strengthen the core in these areas. One of the ways that we are tracking as at a campus level and district level is with Domain 3. So our principals engaged in a very high impact learning session yesterday during principals meeting with our campus and district accountability team leading the way. And Domain 3 tracks a lot of different areas, but one of the most significant things that it helps to paint a clear picture for is how our students are performing in the TELPAS domains. And using strategies like site-lit strategies and sheltered instruction strategies within the classroom to increase the exposure to visuals, increase the exposure to academic discourse between students, which means that it should be more student talk than teacher talk in the classroom, to increase the amount of times that students are able to respond in writing to what they are reading, respond in writing to what they are saying, and a lot of other high-impact, high-yield instructional strategies that have been research-based and proven to impact success for students, especially students who are emergent bilingual. Also, in the Domain 3 area, it tracks, or the state has us measure how the campus does with the 2 lowest performing racial ethnic groups. And what we have noticed in Austin ISD is that at a majority of our campuses, those 2 lowest performing groups are the same. It's our Black students and it's our Hispanic students. And so what we are doing when we meet with principals weekly and when we have those visits to talk about data and to talk about what decisions we're making to inform our practices and to adjust, we look at the 2 groups for each campus very specifically, and then we are able to devise a plan to address that at the campus level in a very unique way that responds to the students and the needs of that particular campus and community.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. I appreciate that. I have a couple of questions about our CPMs, our constraints as well. The first one is constraint number 2. And I appreciate the explanation that we see the data actually going backwards, not in the direction we want with both groups. And I heard the explanation that we've had a larger number of fights and physical aggression. Understanding that we're in a budget crisis, understanding that we're in a budget crisis that is largely the state's making, but also understanding that sometimes resources can help us better support our students so they're not acting out in these ways, kind of as we're looking ahead to budgeting and cutting and perhaps anticipating more funding in the future. What would you need to help address that in a kind of a thoughtful, student-focused, effective way?
I think one of the biggest additions, and I know Ms. Drinks can probably speak better to this, is the addition of Character Strong, which is a new behavior curriculum that has been presented to us or is implemented this year through our district MTSS team. And all principals had the opportunity to be trained. There are pilot programs going on at the secondary level and elementary level. And I think the investment that we place into that, principals and school leaders have received it well, and they have waited for something like this. A lot of times with advisory periods, we are creating our own lessons when it comes to SEL or different issues as it arises for current events or things that help to teach students behavioral expectations, responses, PBIS systems, things like that. But I think Character Strong is something that standardizes us across campuses, and it's something that we all have access to. And so I think that investment will prove to be invaluable in the data and also invaluable in the amount of time we are able to regain for instructional purposes. And I'll kick it over to Ms. Drinks for that one.
Yeah, I echo what Dr. Wilson said. I do think that a highlight of Character Strong that we've not had previously is the tiered support. We have had some supports around just PBIS just for the tier 1 structures for all students. But then once we figure out that a student needs more than that, we've not had a systematic way to respond to those needs as that we will now have with Character Strong. Of course, if we were able to just submit a wish list, we definitely would appreciate more support around restorative training for our staff. And I think coupled with that is just also, I think the work that we're doing with our SEL and CPNI department, with our leaders and with our teachers, just really with mindset, right? And recognizing and building on the gifts that our marginalized students bring to the learning environment, and just really making connections and trying to dig deep as to why we see some behaviors and addressing those in a way that is student-centered versus adult-centered.
Thank you, Ms. Drinks, and thank you, Dr. Wilson, both for that. And I appreciate that kind of what we're doing and what we would like to do if resources became available. So thank you for that. And it sounds like Character Strong is different from the SEL that we have done for a long time in the past, and something in addition to. Is that?
Yes.
It's a new specific resource. Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I have just one more comment and one more question. Just want to highlight again CPM 4.1 and our retention. Just phenomenal, the work that's been done. So I just want to really highlight that as Superintendent Segura, that's why part of why we chose you. That is part of what we charged you with. It is part of what we desperately needed for our staff and our students and our families and our district as a whole. And you know, I know officially the number didn't quite hit the target, but to grow 20% in a year in something as profoundly as important as this is, as Trustee Coffin was saying, really just deserves to be called out and highlighted. So thank you for that. And I'm just so excited to see that and really proud to see, as we discussed during the conversation about the efficiency audit, that we are well below the state average in turnover now, and that you've closed that gap between, almost closed that gap between our teacher turnover at our Title I schools and not Title I schools, which is, you know, one of those places where we're outshining the country in a way that's really true to our values and true to our people, the little ones and the big ones. So thank you for that. Really appreciate it very much. And then I have one question about CPM 3.1. And this is my last question. Thank you. Yes. So on 3.1, if the total number is to meet set goals, my understanding that 3.2, the target should be under the number, and on 3.1, our actual should be over the target, that our actual should be lower than the target on 3.2 and higher than the target on 3.1. Am I missing something? Or is this something that grows over time? I'm not understanding. I'm misunderstanding something.
Absolutely. Good evening, Trustee Boswell, trustees, and Superintendent Segura. You're absolutely right, and I just want to clarify that what is reflected, and it can be updated in the constraint document that you see and in the deck, is actually only reflecting the number of evaluations that were completed for the spring of 2024. So you're correct. The CPM 3.1 should be higher than the number, and 3.2 should be lower than the target number. So in actuality, the total number of evaluations that were initial and reevaluations that were conducted for summer, fall, and spring combined for CPM 3.1, and my apologies, we'll get this updated, is 7,933, which is an increase over the target for the 5,699. So that's a 2,234 increase over what the expectation and target was. If we were to do calculations on that, between 39 and 40% over the target.
Okay, so thank you for that, Dr. Robinette, and that is an increase. You blew it out of the water, and that's
thank you.
way
I don't
more than
evaluate any students, so obviously it takes a team, and it takes the infusion of tremendous resources and support on behalf of this being a priority and a value of the trustees in our community.
Yes, but to meet it and really go very far past it, you know, we know every one of those numbers is a student who's now getting the services they need. So thank you for that, and thank you for clarifying that. I was very confused, and I'm no longer confused and actually very happy to hear that. So thank you so much for that. And that's my last question.
Thank you.
And we'll go ahead and update that as part of the amendment.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, everyone, for the conversation. So I guess we can move on to 7.2. So, Mr. Segura, will you introduce this?
Absolutely. Thank you, Vice President Foster. Tonight we have an update and presentation on the Austin ISD 2024 State Accountability. I'd like to invite up the team, starting with Dr. Jacob Reach, Chief Officer of Governmental Relations and Board Services, Carolyn Hanshin, Executive Director of Accountability and Assessment, and Dylan Finan, Director, Campus and District Accountability. And so with that, we'll start the presentation and the clock.
All right, good evening, Board of Trustees. So tonight we want to provide to you 2024 STAR outcome, including EF. And so what we prepared tonight is twofold. We want to share a little bit about how the accountability system in the test differs from what we just experienced the previous years. And then we also want to spend some time sharing AISD results for that 2024 testing period. So I'm going to turn it over to our Executive Director of Accountability and Assessment, Carolyn Hanshin.
Good evening, Superintendent Segura, Vice President Foster, and Board of Trustees. It's a pleasure to be here with you tonight. Dylan and I are here to talk about accountability and STAR outcomes for school year 23-24. State accountability ratings are certainly not new to Texas. The Texas Education Agency has used standardized tests to measure student performance and evaluate districts since 1980. You may recall some of the tests that have been used over the years. We've seen TABS, TEAMS, TAS, TAX, and STAR, which was introduced in school year 11-12 and used through school year 21-22. Each new test has brought an increased level of rigor in an attempt to measure higher level problem-solving skills. Between the spring 22 and 23 test administrations, the STAR was overhauled to meet the requirements of House Bill 3906, which mandated that no more than 75% of any test could be based on multiple choice questions. Prior to this change, nearly 100% of standardized tests for all those many years have been made up of multiple choice questions. The exceptions were the essays in grades 4 and 7 reading and high school English end of course exams. The newly designed test was not given a new name, but in light of the significant changes, perhaps a new name would have been in order. We're calling the new test STAR 2.0 to differentiate it from the original STAR. STAR 2.0 is administered totally online, requires students to write an essay in reading tests at every grade level, and has several new technology-enhanced question types. We'll talk more about these changes when we get to STAR results in a few minutes. The chart provides a recap of the challenges of state accountability over the past 6 years. In August of 2019, A through F ratings were assigned to Texas schools for the very first time, using a 3-domain accountability system that was introduced in the 2017-18 school year. In the spring of 2020, COVID-19 hit. No STAR assessments were administered and no accountability ratings were assigned. All school districts and schools in the state received a label of not rated, declared state of disaster. In 2021, there was low participation on STAR across the state due to COVID-19. Again, all schools and districts received labels of not rated, declared state of disaster. In 2022, due to the continued impact of COVID, only ratings of A, B, or C were released. Schools with rating that did not achieve a C were given a label of not rated, Senate Bill 1365. The dotted red line on the chart between school years 21 and 22 represent the major changes that happened between those 2 years. TEA undertook a major overhaul of the accountability system and a total redesign of the state assessment in the same year. That was something that had never been done before. In 2023, because of the new rules associated with the revamped accountability system that were released after mandatory deadlines had passed, over 120 districts sued the agency, asking for an injunction against the release of ratings. The lawsuit was successful. In 2023, A through F ratings have not been released, although a decision has been appealed by TEA. This past August, another lawsuit was filed regarding the release of ratings for school year 23-24. This lawsuit is slightly different in that it questions the validity of the STAR assessment itself. A temporary restraining order was issued this past August and upheld this month in September. A trial is now scheduled for February 10th, 2025, and ratings have not been released. So in summary, the A through F accountability system that was initiated in school year 18-19 has only been used in its entirety one time in that initial year, that first year of implementation, 2018-19. We've talked about the first three bullets on this slide related to changes to the STAR assessments. Students experienced a very different testing experience in the spring of 2023. Gone are paper test booklets, bubble sheets, number 2 pencils, line papers for handwritten essays, and the small army of humans who graded student essays on STAR, replaced by computer screens, keyboards, and an automated scoring engine to grade essays. The last 4 bullets on the slide highlight some of the changes to the accountability system itself. Targets were reset for school year 2023, raising the bar that schools must reach to qualify for higher letter grades. For example, in 2022, 60% of graduates achieving college, career, or military readiness earned a school an A in that area. In 2023, that same score would result in a grade of D. The methodology for determining student growth was revised, requiring students to show an increase in performance level on STAR rather than the achievement of an individual growth score. In the Closing the Gaps domain, which is also used to assign federal labels, underwent a complete redesign, adding minimum group sizes of 10 instead of 25, and adding a gradated point system of 0 to 4 instead of 0 or 1. And the methodology used to calculate district scores was changed entirely. And that change looks like it will reduce scores for districts across the state. It's important to note that while A through F accountability ratings for 24 are withheld due to litigation, federal accountability labels for 2024 were released by TEA for Texas Title I schools. TEA utilizes the Closing the Gaps domain to identify schools for improvement as required under the Every Student Succeeds Act of 2015. Federal labels include targeted support and improvement, additional targeted support and improvement, and comprehensive support and improvement. Comprehensive support is carries the most stringent monitoring requirements, and it's also an intervention level that takes 2 years to exit. Even though the STAR assessment and the targets and rules used to assign letter grades have undergone major changes, the overall structure of the state accountability system remains the same. Schools receive an overall grade of A through F based on the grades earned in each of 3 domains: student achievement, school progress, and closing the gaps. Letter grades are also assigned in 2 parts of the student progress domain: student growth and relative performance. So overall, schools receive 6 A through F grades in all. In each of these domains, STAR scores and indicators of college, career, and military readiness are used to evaluate high schools, while STAR scores alone comprise the bulk of elementary and middle school ratings. Federal labels are also assigned to Title I schools based on performance on the Closing the Gaps domain. This chart shows the number of AISD schools with federal monitoring requirements over the past 5 years. The dashed line indicates the changes in the STAR test and the accountability system. Note that the changes to the Closing the Gaps domain and the accountability refresh resulted in a 3-fold increase in the number of schools identified for comprehensive support and improvement. Schools in this category will participate in monitoring and intervention program designed by TEA. And there's a list of schools in each of those categories in the link on the slide. It's available to you. And now Dylan will take us through STAR performance results.
Good evening, board. Thank you. I am going to take a break to do a shout out to my daughter. It's her birthday today. She's 7 years old, and I promised her since I was on AISD TV I would do a shout out. So happy birthday, JoJo. I love you. I hope you had a great day. All right.
Happy birthday.
I hope that didn't cut into our LSG time too much, but so I'm going to I'm going to start off by just emphasizing a few things that Carolyn spoke about already. There were major changes to the STAR assessment, and that's why we're calling it STAR 2.0, and they're worth noting here before we start diving into the results. All students shifted to taking the test online, except for a small subset of students who have exemptions to take a paper test. The STAR redesign introduced new technology-enhanced items. What they said was no more than 75% of the tests could be multiple choice. Some of these technology-enhanced items are things like short constructed response items, hotspots. A hotspot could be a question where they give a child a map, and they ask them a question, and they have to click a part of the map, and that's the answer. They have multiple select, so not just one answer is right. They might have to choose more than one answer on a particular multiple choice. There's also your traditional gridables and then essay questions that fall into these categories. A written composition or essay question, I'll also refer to them as extended constructed response items moving forward, but these were added to all reading tests in grades 3 through 8. And I think that's significant to note because it ties into the lawsuit that just went out to prevent ratings from being released this year. And we'll talk about that in more detail in a moment. And the ones this year in 2024 were graded using an automated scoring engine. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start off by talking about STAR 3 through 8. The way I organize this is we're going to look at each subject longitudinally, going back to 2019, because 2019 is sort of considered our pre-COVID baseline, and then we'll look at results for 4 years based on that. Then we're going to look at each summaries for each subject area specifically, and then we'll compare our results to the state. So that's what we're going to do over the next couple slides. Right now you're looking at our longitudinal results for reading in 3 through 8, and then our middle school English 1 program. In STAR reading, we saw a decline in performance associated with the launch of STAR 2.0, and that happened in 2023. STAR 2.0, if we remember, includes written components or extended construction response items on every exam. Our middle school English 1 program, 2019 represents students that took that test at Mendez only, and 23 and 24 is looking at students that took the English 1 exam at Sadler Means. So we only had one campus in each one of those sets of bars that took the English 1 exam at middle school. Next slide, please. If we look at this by grade level, the grade level dynamics are a little bit more difficult to interpret. Performance in 6th grade has generally been increasing since 2019. Performance in grades 3, 5, and 8 has generally been declining since 2019. And performance in grades 4 and 7 has decreased after the implementation of STAR 2.0. Next slide, please. Right here, we're looking at our results. Reading grades 3 through 8 combined for the state in the top bar and Austin ISD in the bar in the bottom. Austin ISD has a greater percentage of students achieving mastery when compared to the state. Austin ISD also has a greater percentage of students that did not meet when compared to the state. I learned a new term from Dr. Jay Brown this week. She said we're a barbell district, and I like that term, meaning that we have more kids on the failing end, but we also have more kids achieving mastery. And I think it'll become apparent why as we move through this presentation, but this is a representation of the economic disparities we see in Austin. Next slide, please. So since we had extended constructed response item added to every test, and since this was one of the keystone items of the lawsuit that is holding up ratings this year, I thought we should look at the data around extended constructed response items. What this is showing you, the blue bar is the state, the red bar is Austin, and this is the percent of students that earned each point dynamic for an extended construction response. what we are seeing is an overwhelming number of students earned 0 on the extended construct and response. 36% of students across the state got a 0. 39% of students in Austin ISD got a 0. The test that was the worst this year was 5th grade. 48% of students across the state got a 0 on the 5th grade reading ECR. I will say, going back to my teacher days, if I gave a test to students and these were my results, people would question the validity of my test. I also want to point out the numbers that are represented here, because I think it's somewhat shocking. Across the state, this means that 846,231 students got 0s on their essays. Now let's put that into perspective. A machine gave them a 0 on their essay, not a person. A machine decided that writing wasn't worth a point. And when we look at Austin ISD, 11,703 tests or students got a 0 from a machine that said their writing was not worth a point. This, right off the bat, puts students at a disservice or a significant disadvantage in terms of achievement on the rest of that test. Next slide, please. When we look at STAR math results, in math 3 through 8, middle school algebra performance after 2019 has been inconsistent, and current achievement is below 2019 levels at all performance levels. So my basic takeaway there is we are not at pre-COVID levels in terms of math, either in math 3 through 8, combined, and we are not achieving mastery at the same rate we did in algebra in pre-COVID levels. When we look at each grade level broken down, across all grade levels since 2019, 2024 STAR math results have the lowest pass rate, or the highest percentage of students with a did not meet performance level. When we look at our performance compared to the state, once again, the state is on top and Austin ISD is on the bottom. We once again are a barbell district. We have more students achieving mastery, which is great, but conversely, we also have more students with a rating of did not meet. When we look at science in grades 5 and 8, there has been a fairly consistent decrease in achievement on the grades 5 and 8 science STAR test from 2019 to 2024. We look at STAR 8 social studies, we see the same trend. There's been a fairly consistent decrease in performance since 2019 till now. So that was STAR 3 through 8. We are now going to shift to look at the STAR EOC end of course exam. We're starting with English 1 and English 2 performance longitudinally. English 1 performance after 2019 has been inconsistent, and current achievement is below 2019 levels at all performance levels except masters. In English 2, performance has remained relatively consistent since 2019. We see a little bit of up and down, but there's no major changes. So what I have here is English 1 on the left, English 2 on the right, state bars are on top, Austin ISD on the bottom. When we look at English 1, we are a barbell district. We have more students performing in terms of mastery, but we also conversely have more students at did not meet. And we see the same trend in English 2. Now we're going to jump into our STEM results with biology on the top and algebra on the bottom. In biology, the percentage of students on grade level at meets and achieving mastery has not returned to our 2019 levels. In Algebra 1, the passing rate is approximately 20 percentage points lower than they were in 2019. Once again, we're looking at ourselves compared to the state. Algebra 1 is one of the areas where we are not a barbell district. We are not achieving mastery at rates higher than the state as a whole, but unfortunately, we have a higher percentage of students that did not meet. We look at our biology results, once again, barbell district, higher rates of mastery, higher rates of students that did not meet. And this is US history. In US history, the percentage of students on grade level and achieving mastery has not returned to our 2019 levels. Austin ISD has more students achieving mastery in US history than the state as a whole. We're about the same in terms of did not meet. So now we're going to take a look specifically at students experiencing poverty. And I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this slide because I think there's a couple things we need to understand. Right here, we have 2024 results for all subjects combined on EOC on the left, all grades and subjects combined on the right for 2024 STAR results. On top, we have students who are not experiencing poverty or they don't have an ECD label. And on the bottom, we have students experiencing poverty or they have an ECD label. This is the reason we're a barbell district, is our students that are not experiencing poverty have much higher rates of mastery in terms of their performance. Our students that are experiencing poverty have a much higher rate or incidence of achieving did not meets. And that is resulting in what we're seeing when we see that barbell performance. Go back for a second, please. I think another thing to look at, which is important, what I did was, if we just look for a moment at the red bars, I summed up all the students in those red bars, and I said, who are they? Who are those students? If I randomly took 10 students that got did not meets at any grade level and we lined them up in the room, the likelihood is 8 of them have a label of ECD and 2 of them don't. If I do the opposite and I look at the students who are blue and I randomly choose 10 of them, I'm going to see the same pattern, but conversely, 8 of them are not experiencing poverty, but 2 of them are. And this is a reflection of the economic disparities we see in Austin. So if we're looking here, this is students experiencing poverty in grades 3 through 8. We're looking at 3 through 8 reading on the left and 3 through 8 math on the right, and we're comparing ourselves to the state. Once again, the state bars are on top. What we're seeing, students experiencing poverty in Austin are underperforming compared to their peers across the state. So our students experiencing poverty are not performing at the same level that other students experiencing poverty are across the state. Next slide, please. And then I looked at EOC. I chose 2 subject areas, English 1 and Algebra 1 EOC, and we'll see the same exact trend there. All right. That is all we have. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Trustees, questions? Trustee Boswell?
Not right now, but thank you. I appreciate this presentation very much. It is, yes, illuminating and interesting and helpful to see in the context of ratings being paused, helpful to see this in context. I appreciate it. And I may have some questions in a minute.
So as I've mentioned before, in decades of scholars and psychometricians and folks have attested to, it's really difficult to make use of unreliable instruments. And so if I were to ask a brutally honest question, I would want to know, and I think I want to know how to move forward in the context of garbage tests and AI grading and thoroughly unreliable systems that are not just unreliable in a particular year, but the challenges go back years and years. In some contexts, if we're doing admissions to a graduate program or something like that, there's been times when we have been forced to use tools that we did not believe in, but there they were. So we had verbal tests, and we had a critical mass of students who were not native English speakers, or we had quantitative data that dealt with students' quantitative reasoning when we're in a department that's all about qualitative reasoning. And when we had these data, and so there was an extent to which we said, well, we're just not using this stuff. But then we also found that we could find some use for those. Maybe in the context of a complex school district that has disparities in outcomes across race, class, gender, even though the test is unreliable overall, we still can make some sense of the spread, and we can make some sense of that we have these inequitable outcomes, and we do something with it. And I apologize for putting you on the spot with a different kind of question, and the superintendent might kick me under the table. What use can we make of this, honestly, if the tests are unreliable? And I won't put it on you all. You didn't say the tests are unreliable. Nobody else said the tests are unreliable. I'm just the lone kook. So anybody that's watching, I'm the only one that's saying this. But just humor me.
Yeah. So I do want to say one thing. The state would say they have a very specific definition of reliability, and they would say their psychometricians say these tests are reliable. I'm not saying I agree with that, but I do think it's fair that we clarify that. I also think that no matter how unreliable we believe the tests are, they have real consequences. So we do need to improve performance so that we're not facing the consequences associated with the low performance that comes with these tests. That said, what can the tests be used for? I think they can be used as one measure of student performance, right? They're not useless. They can give us one measure of student, but they shouldn't be the only measure of student performance. And what we see with the current accountability system, particularly in grades 3 through 8, is it's almost everything of that. It's the only measure, except for 10% where TELPAS is in domain 3. So I think we should pay attention to the results. We should understand that there's disparities in performance. We should try to figure out why. Why do we have these disparities in performance? And can we do targeted interventions or change First Teach or whatever implementation we can to help minimize those disparities? But we should also recognize that we might not be able to get rid of all the disparities that are there. And an example I would use is that, I think the test is designed in a way that's not very friendly to students that aren't very proficient in the English language, so they're starting off with a disadvantage on a test like the STAR test, with it being multiple steps, with it oftentimes including double negatives, with it oftentimes having language that can be confusing. So it's not necessarily always directly asking you a question. There's a lot of interpretation that gets involved, and some of them, frankly, can be tricky, and students aren't thinking of it from that way all the time, right? So we have to understand that we can solve some of the issues, but we can't solve all of them related to the problems we have associated with the test. I don't think it should drive instruction, but it should inform instruction, right? I don't think it's acceptable that half the kids fail a test, but I also think we have to find a reasonable balance as to what's acceptable.
Yeah, I might phrase that a little bit differently. I think that one of the things that we need to acknowledge is that there's a system that we have to operate within, and that system is the state of Texas. And you've heard me say, I think the board's heard me say, and certainly I know our team believes this, that we want our students to have an incredibly vibrant educational experience in Austin ISD, an experience that aligns with our values. And I think that it takes time to build that as a system. And one of the things that we also understand is that we can't react and respond and create bad behaviors because of a test that we know is flawed is presented to us. And my biggest fear, and one of the fears that I have leading this organization, is that we somehow introduce a bad behavior. I think that for me and the team, it's a data point. I hope to get to a point where, our educators, our students, everybody is being supported in the way that they need to in an equitable way. And the assessment that's put in front of them, the test that's put in front of them is just that, a way to compare ourselves and nothing more. And we perform well, but it's relative, right? It's relative to everybody else. So I do want to reinforce that for me, and I think, I know for certain for our team, it is a point. It is something to be considered, but certainly not something that should drive our instructional philosophy. That's just something I want to make very clear, and I know our team would reinforce that.
I appreciate all the nuances introduced, especially including the piece about retaining our souls, for a different way of putting it, retaining our vision and our understanding of what we want students to learn, and not just the facts, but, you know, in a more sort of holistic sense. I get with the idea of identifying disparities. I get with the idea of using an imperfect tool, being charitable, an imperfect tool as one piece of the puzzle to assess what's going on for students, and, you know, making that one piece of a jigsaw puzzle. So I see those pieces. I don't see a piece about trends in performance when year to year the instrument can change just absolutely dramatically. And I mean, to be candid, I guess I'm PTSDing over, you know, this week where I chewed out my UT students for grade grubbing, you know, where we had a really frank conversation about why we embrace the content we embrace, and why and how, when I say, here's this essay prompt, and I want you to have strong ideas, and I want this to be well organized, and I want your responses to be concise, because I do these exercises of making them, right, really towards precision. And when the questions get to the grades, I kind of I don't lose my temper. I've been in this a long time, but I pretend to lose my temper. And I don't have an appreciation for it. I actually want my students to be in my classrooms because they love learning, and they love the material, and they're in for it. And most of the time, believe it or not, that's where my students are. But that comes after a lot of interesting conversations. And the students thank me years later for that. But that is absolutely a matter of untraining Texans and helping them see a new possibility for their intellectual lives than has been pounded into them by all of these assessments and our approach, 3rd grade, 5th grade, 8th grade, and of course, STAR, TABS, TEAMS, TOCS, TASK, all these acronyms for every new governor. These are things that should be seen as, identified as, named as antithetical to true learning and what makes the world better and what makes our country better and what makes kids have better lives. So I find all of this stuff even more immensely frustrating than I display on the dais. I appreciate your work immensely. I get scared to death anytime we talk to this really important point about, well, we're still going to be held accountable. Because threading the fine line between being held accountable and being held accountable for the introduction of bad practices is really a challenge. How do we increase performance without introducing these bad practices? I actually think it's an impossibility. So I think what we're doing is mitigating damage when we put teachers in a position of being held accountable for something that almost requires them at different times to have their kids see it a certain way. Now, by the way, having been black for a long time, one aspect of the sort of socio-cultural and historical reality of being black in this country is that you learn how to play the game without believing in it. And that's kind of how I see this whole thing. And I'm at a point where I don't really care too much if like some people see that, because I have to live with integrity on this stuff. So we need to learn how to play this game at times without believing in it, and even in a developmentally appropriate way, delivering that message to students. So whether my students kill it on a test, it's not because they sold out, it's not because they've lost their souls. It's because they know how to play a game. I don't know if I'm making any sense at all, but I believe it. I guess you can comment if you want,
Well, I
but
think,
I don't want to get you in trouble.
No, I mean, I'll comment. I mean, I think one of the things, you know, when we talk about this organization and where we want to be, I think we acknowledge, just reviewing the last section of the last agenda item, right? I mean, in our scorecard going forward, we as a system are not serving Black and brown students the way that we should. And the system's been around for a very, very long time, going on 150 years. And so to course correct, right, to get it to where we don't have a barbell, so to speak, it's going to take professional educators being supported. It's going to take longevity. It's going to take the right balance of the right type of curriculum with the right stability, culture, and climate. It's going to require alignment between the board and the superintendent. It's going to require resources. And I think that it's also going to require a little bit of time. You know, when we talk about it all, it takes, 3 years to begin to get a system this large to move. And I think that what this does is just continues to reinforce maybe areas of focus, but we have other things that we evaluate and that we understand that also, I think, reinforce those areas of focus. So just to kind of play off what you said, I'm right there with you.
And I do want to, as a learner, there's a lot of seasoned educators on the board and folks who have been at this at different levels. And if I'm wrong, I'm going to offline ask every teacher and every, just people to tell me that I'm wrong about this. And I do want to actually have the grace to lean in and the, acknowledgement of my frailties to lean into where this is useful and to not be so mean and dismissive about it. I haven't found it particularly useful, but that doesn't mean that an on-the-ground educator can't tell me, and I know a lot can tell me exactly how they use these things to improve instruction, and I'm kind of here for that, but always with the caveat of this greater fear that I have. It's late. I'll stop, and I will ask Trustee Zapata if she has additional comments.
Well, I agree totally with what you're saying, but I'm curious if the students were surveyed on how they felt in taking this test and what was the most challenging for them. What did they like or not like to help guide the work? Because it is, we are required to do it, but they're the ones that can really guide us and help us as the teachers can. But they experienced it. This was very new. I don't know, are our teachers now doing more of that kind of testing so that they can get used to it, doing it online? Not in the same way, but, just so that they get that practice and it becomes part of what we have to do and need to do. But I would be very curious to hear what the babies are saying, what the children are saying, the students, how did they feel about it? Because I know every time it came to testing, even at the church, the students were like nervous, so nervous, they couldn't even test. So I'm curious what this did to them as well. If you all did if any of that happened, just to kind of get the pulse of how the students were feeling.
I think that's an excellent point that you're making about gathering that information from students about their experience. As far as I know, that kind of survey or gathering of information has not been done. I do. Yes, I've not heard of any of that happening. I know, students might kind of approach it like a video game and think that was kind of fun. I just punched out, I just shot down everything that came my way and got through it in 20 minutes, and I, think I did well. And then the results don't really support that they did that well, but maybe it's not burdensome to them to do it online. I really don't know. I do think teachers are making an effort to prepare students for this kind of, some of the changes to the test. Keyboarding, it might be, more of a thing in the classroom now that they have to write a 3-sentence essay as an exit ticket or something like that on the computer. That kind of skill would definitely, it's not something that's natural to a third grader to be writing an essay on a keyboard. They're used to the thumb, texting maybe, but not a keyboarding situation. So I do think that there is a focus in that area to get some of these new item types in front of the students and have them do that. And that will help. Even the Commissioner of Education in one of the hearings, I can't remember which one, but he said we don't really know at this point whether the performance that were declines are based on students not knowing the material or not having the technological expertise with these type of questions. So they're even admitting that the changes, just the technology is an artifact that might be masking performance results.
Trustee Zapata, I do want to confirm that our MAP test and our interim test are online, similar to how STAR is run, to help give students some of that experience.
And Jacob, just to, maybe for clarity, maybe Dr. Maxwell can answer this better than I can, but the STAR interim is the one where we try to align the accommodations that the student's going to actually receive in the STAR assessment later on, and that's kind of the place that our staff can really determine kind of how to apply that. And this last year was the first time we actually had that opportunity.
That's right. Yeah.
So I think that's also going to be something that we see evolve and improve over time. That is very different.
I wanted to lean into Trustee Zapata's comment. I think it's incredibly important. I was just jarred, though, with the idea that if you have dramatic changes in a score year to year, that somebody wouldn't say there's something wrong with the instrument. The kids change this much. So I'm a little confused by that one, but I'll just keep it moving. When you spoke of like all these zeros and this explosion in the number of kids just like getting a straight zero on something, it did raise something really important that I think we as a district should account for. And that is how students feel and experience not just the test-taking experience, but getting their grades back, or getting scores back and getting a sense of where they are and how their classroom did, how their school did, et cetera. And I think there's ways to deal with that in a sophisticated manner that actually have to be developed, working with teachers to scaffold kids towards a more sophisticated understanding of instruments that aren't as good as they are. So I do know what that looks like. I don't know what that, I just want to lift that up, and maybe you could even comment to that. When I'm dealing with students that are said to be performing this way or that way, and it's not really reflecting my experience with them, how does that get leveraged into something beautiful? How does that get leveraged into a sophisticated understanding that has them able to play the game, not be shot down by the game, so to speak?
So I can't speak for the district as a whole. I can just speak for what our team does and what I've seen on the map. But we do have a shift of talking to students about just their individual growth and valuing their individual growth in a particular area, whether it's a certain area of mathematics or it's writing or it's reading comprehension, and having students really focus on their personal growth. And I think that's where we start, and that's where students can see rewards, because it's not about achievement at some point compared to someone else. It's about meeting you where you are and respecting you from where you've moved forward from there. And I think that is one benefit of the MAP assessment is there's a strong focus on individual student growth. And when we talk to campuses about approving achievement, we take it from a perspective of individual student growth. Like, let's meet kids where they're at and let's try to help them do better, whatever that better is for them, and really taking it to an individual level. It doesn't mean we're not focused on achievement. The hope is that by focusing on growth, we'll get achievement, you know what I mean, down the road. But I think that that's one way that we honor that.
I'm getting to, if I see that young people that I'm working with are kind of doing what they're supposed to be doing, and something comes back that does not reflect or does not match my experience of working with them, I'm not going to lean into, hey, if we, do some more, we can grow in this way. I might lean into a more sophisticated lesson, a life lesson about how you navigate the world, how we play this game, how we might work towards achieving whatever score, but at the same time, understanding that these scores don't define you. These scores are just this one thing that's out there. That, I so want to look at the folks that have more K-12 classroom experience than me. But I just see an opportunity that has to be understood thoroughly by an educator to turn that into a positive or powerful lesson, because there are absolutely moments in this life when you do the things you're supposed to do and it kind of doesn't turn out the way you expect. And we don't lean into a deficit, and we don't lean into, well, maybe you can do. Sometimes we lean into a bigger societal critique that doesn't let a kid off the hook, but does invite him to deeper understanding.
Yeah, I think Vice President Foster, you bring up something that we talk about quite a bit in our meetings, and that is the impact of a label, or the impact of the way that you are perceived to have performed or not performed. And, it even expands beyond each student's experience with the STAR test. It actually goes to the campus level, and you think about, okay, well, how are our principals and staff going to respond when they see information like this? And we're very sensitive to how it's shared, and we try to reinforce the fact that this is a data point, not the thing that defines you, that doesn't define our campuses. We have beautiful campuses with vibrant cultures doing incredible things, but they may not be reflected as having a high accountability score or rating. And so we're very sensitive to it. It's that balance that you just described. I want to reinforce to our community and to our students and to all of our staff that this is something that we have to operate within. It doesn't define any one student's experience in Austin ISD, and it's not that we are playing the game. It's just that we have to recognize this is the system that we have to operate within, and we have to figure out a way to do the work in a way that aligns with our values, and at the same time just acknowledge that there's this other thing around us that we're going to have to talk about from time to time. But if we do it well, my hope is that STAR will resolve itself.
Yes. So I'd like to, invite any more questions, and also with Trustee Boswell.
Yeah, I would say briefly, and this is a question we can reflect on today or just kind of put out there. We are looking at a really, really limited budget right now, and we are looking at what's always a fixed resource is like children's time and how it is spent. And I thought the presentation was really clear and really easy to understand. And really, going back and looking at, like, I did TOS before the year I was born. It was teams or something. So we have been doing this for a long time, and focusing more and more student time on it. And minimizing time that's not well spent. Just keeping that to an absolute minimum and making our North Star something different. You know, if we're looking at human ecology study, if we're looking at brain development and leaning radically into that instead of, so when we're looking at our resources, like how much money do we want to spend on computers that are not developmentally appropriate for our young children, and those technology resources, and making sure they're taking more and more tests to be prepared for a test where half of them are going to get a 0 on, when we might get the same or better results doing something that's we actually know is good for them and minimizing the rest of it. So, you know, I'd really like to be asking those questions when we're looking at the budget. Is this time valuable to our kids, and are the resources going into something that's going to be valuable to their brain development?
Yeah, and Trustee Willie Chu, I think, you know, we're at a critical point here as we move forward, and I think the opportunity that's in front of us as we develop the academic vision, you know, obviously starting with getting feedback from educators and those within the system, including students, but building out Portrait of a Graduate, academic framework, academic vision, academic framework, and ultimately a strategic plan. That to me is where kind of that finds itself into the system so that it matriculates into everything we do, right? Whether it's the curriculum, whether it's a procurement process, whether it's how we operate within operations. And so, yes, and I think the challenge we've had in the past is we've been kind of misaligned where we just really haven't gotten to the point where there's that kind of threading between all these different things. But now we have a scorecard. Now we have a board and administration I think is more aligned than it has been in quite some time. And we're about to take on this work. So I think now's the time really to make sure that we are fully aligned. And my hope is that we get to a point where, you know, the budget becomes a reflection of our values and is totally aligned with our academic framework and plan. So yes, and I look forward to those conversations, and they're going to be happening this year.
I don't have any questions. I appreciate all the discussion that's happened so far. I would just ask if we could move to the next portion of the agenda, just in the interest of finishing up at a reasonable hour, just getting the vote and the public's work done before it gets too late. Thank you.
I will try to be brief. I just want to acknowledge the conversation that took place about the risks and potential rewards of testing, but the potential negative effects that we have to mitigate, and acknowledge that that is a real thing. I also want to kind of approach my questions in the spirit of children who can read do better on reading tests, and children who can do math do better on math tests, and so knowing that the tests do measure something that we want our kids to be able to do. So I wanted to just ask a couple questions just about the report itself. The report was on STAR achievement levels, right? So it didn't address the growth measures. It didn't address the English language development under TELPAS. It didn't address CCMR, right? It was just that one sliver of accountability, right? Okay. Is it on our board calendar to have data on TELPAS and STAR growth and CCMR as far as the accountability measures of those? Is that on our calendar? Are we going to be hearing that data at a future meeting?
So we do need to report on TELPAS as part of our bilingual reporting. We would report on overall accountability measures as part of our paper and our district annual report.
Okay. And CCMR under our
and CCMR,
progress measuring?
Under our progress measuring.
Okay, perfect. Going back to the technical issue of the short answer responses, the written responses being a big part of the test now. Are we and are our teachers who administer the tests able to see the responses that students gave to those?
Yes.
Okay. Have we confirmed that the computerized scoring was accurate or inaccurate in terms of that 50% of the answers that were scored as 0, that a human would have scored them as 0 as well, or that did we confirm the opposite, that the human scoring would have gotten different results?
We can submit tests for rescore if they're identified as such by campuses. The number that we submitted was not very large. I think it was around a dozen or so that were identified. Okay. And in all but one case, I believe that they came back with a 0. We have to pay to have them rescored if the score remains the same. If the score changes and increases, then we don't have to pay. We had one essay that was scored as a 0 that came back as an 8.
Okay.
So that was a 5th grade test.
Yeah, I think Lakeisha would like to. Dylan, will you? Thank you, Dylan. Appreciate it.
So Trustee Kaufman, I think what you're asking is if we've been able to respond to the data that we've received. And so the teachers are able to see the responses that the students submitted on their test and the scores that they received. And so when we analyze their responses, we've not been able to determine a pattern. So some students that you would expect to have a score got a 0, and some students that you would have expected to receive a lower score received a higher score. And again, this is keeping in mind that this is secured test material, so there's not a lot of conversation that we're able to have around it beyond the teacher that has the rights to see their students' results.
Yeah. But can I ask, so that in terms of expectations about that this student you would have expected to score, what is that? Do we have the data? Do our teachers have the data from their own classroom observations and assessments of whether students have the capacity to write the written responses that are expected on STAR? Like, is that where the predictions are coming from?
They do, because we have the rubric, right? So we know how they're supposed to be scored.
Okay.
I will say some of the scores we received based on the students' written responses are probably not how we would have rated them with the rubric. Does that make sense?
So that the computerized scoring that came back to us, we might have said we thought that would have been a higher score?
Or a lower score.
Or a lower score. Okay, so just not a pattern. Okay, but the intention, as I understand it, of that law saying that no more than 75% can be bubble is because of the complaints, the rightful complaints that we don't want to incentivize people spending their entire instructional time bubbling answers. Yeah. We want kids to talk and to write about answers. So we are seeing that impact in the classrooms, that our students are writing more and about what they're reading and not just bubbling.
Yeah, reading and responding. So with all of the work that we are doing around strengthening our instructional practice, we've not really had conversations about STAR. So in all of the work that I had done with principals, it's really about visiting classrooms, observing for best practice, and giving teachers coaching around best practice, because the key to this is to teach students to read.
Right. Thank you. So that's good, right? So so when we look at the high number of kids who aren't passing, we cannot just say though that that's the computer got it wrong, because we're able to see the responses they got, and we can figure. Okay, that's awesome. So the global question that I've asked many times, but I'm still wondering, so when we look at our students who are not passing the reading test, and I don't want to launch a discussion on this, I just want to kind of understand, do we have data that can be reported to the board that would say, in terms of diagnosing what the challenge is the reason that this particular student didn't, pass the test is because they couldn't decode, or because they couldn't comprehend what they were reading, or because they didn't have the vocabulary, or they didn't have the content level, the content knowledge about what they were reading, or that they couldn't write the written response, or that they didn't understand the higher level thinking that's asking them to compare or contrast or infer. So do we, and in terms of because again, when we look at the scores, what we're telling our community is we're graduating kids who can't read. right? And that's what a part of these tests are meant to eliminate, is that we're graduating kids who can't read. Do we know kind of definitively the percentage, like, of where the challenges are?
I would say we know that. We'll have a better idea with the new MTSS structure. And we would have that information based on that process, not based on STAR. Like STAR is still pretty much going to be you
Right.
met the standard or you did.
Okay, so, and I just think that will be an important part of our root cause analysis as we're doing our progress monitoring and our board reports in the future, is just understanding, like, this is what this data tells us. You know, this is how we're interpreting that data, based on our other classroom observations, our other assessments, our processes. We know that it's not that, you know, or it is that this percent of our kids can't decode, or it's not that. And then the same thing for math. You know, is it because they don't understand the conceptual aspect of the numbers that they're dealing with? Is it they don't understand how to read the questions, and it's a reading problem, not a math problem? Is it that they don't know how to do the multi-step problem? So understanding, again, like, what is underneath the math, not just that this kid doesn't know math, but so that we can, I think we could be, as a board, hungry for a more deeper analysis of what these results mean, not because of what the STAR tells us, but because of all the work that teachers have done to understand their kids before they ever take the STAR. I love it.
Some of the systems that we use, School City, our STAR scores are loaded there. It's broken down by student expectation, by reporting category. The teachers can see how their class might need remediation in a certain estimation or inference or whatever that student or that expectation is. So they do have that data available.
And I think that's one piece, because that kind of covers the categories. But I think it's still, we're looking at, you know, we're asking kids to order, we're measuring place value. I saw this in the classroom yesterday, right? We're measuring, was that this morning? I can't keep track of that was this morning. I saw, you know, they're asking students to place 4 numbers in order, 4 4-digit numbers in order, right? So place value and, like, putting numbers in order, but they're asking it through reading a table, through names of rivers, of all this kind of other stuff that, so you might miss that question, and then they're like, oh, this kid doesn't know place value, or comparing numbers. That's the category it's going to show you, but it's not going to say, this kid got confused by the names of these stupid rivers, right? Or these kids, you know, whatever. So understanding the core reason, I think, is really going to be a great part of our progress monitoring.
Yeah, Trustee Kaufman, I hear what you're asking, and I'm trying to connect what Lakeisha just said. And I think as we develop kind of the next iteration of the monitoring report, I think perhaps sitting down with you after we kind of have a draft, and President Singh and I are kind of developing the next iteration of it. So when it comes to these, we can maybe provide that level of information categorized in a way that's easy to kind of digest, because it's going to be, and it could be a lot.
I think so, but I think, again, it's what our teachers know, and I think it's what the systems that you said are designed to, like, get out, and I think it's an important piece. So yeah, I'd be happy to participate in that. Technical question on the EOC scores. How are those computed here, given that the EOC can be taken multiple times? Right? I mean, like, a student who doesn't pass the EOC in 9th grade for English takes it again and again and again. So how are those? What's the population and the?
These results were the spring administration of all testers, retesters, and.
So it includes students who've taken it the first time and kids who've taken it the 5th time?
Taken it for the 3rd time, yes.
Okay, and it includes all, like, administrations during the year?
No, this was the spring only.
There's just the spring, the one, okay, thank you. And then just comparing campuses, so I know that we got a dashboard, a very impressive dashboard that has, like, the data that you can look by school. I don't want to pick out schools from this list, but I'm wondering, you know, because Trustee Singh's not here, I'm going to ask for her, like, what have we learned about schools that have demonstrated the higher, you know, what have we learned from the performance of individual schools?
Yeah, so I'd probably ask Lakeisha to
And in the spirit of what
there a specific
Trustee
area?
Gonzalez said, if we just kind of keep it snappy and not, I don't want to launch us into a long thing, but.
The question was.
What have we learned from individual schools' performance? Like, are there schools that have exceeded?
Yes.
Kind of, schools that have done really well on this, or schools that we're concerned about, and what it is that inform us about
Like Rodriguez would be a good example.
Yeah, we do have outliers. It's a little hard to talk in depth about it since the grades aren't released. But we do have outliers. And a lot of it really does come down to monitoring instructional practices and providing teachers with support and feedback. So that's really what we focused on or are focusing on.
And we have data that kind of shows that. I understand like that's what we say, but I know that what we've been moving towards is having data to say like this is happening or this is not happening. So are you getting good data now to say we are seeing that at this school there is a robust monitoring and feedback process going on, and now we're seeing that reflected in the scores?
You are, and even not just like you have an A or you have a B, like we have two, and this is public, two comprehensive support campuses that have moved out of comprehensive, and that's Oak Springs and Pecan Springs.
Okay.
And which is a huge celebration.
Yeah,
and so we are able to pinpoint the changes from when those two leaders took over those campuses to where they are now. So we do have some best practices and some exemplars that really show you how to move the needle.
I love it. And I think I'm excited about going that direction though, again, to where instead that we can have those, without having the lengthy philosophical discussions about what good instruction is and how you achieve results, that we can just get to, look, here's our data. We said that if we do these things, we're going to get results. We monitored that these things were occurring. Here's the data that says that these are the schools where it was occurring and these are the schools where it wasn't. And we've made that connection to that we are now seeing the results. So we're seeing inside that black box of,
Inputs, outputs.
yeah. So I think that's great. So thank you. And then just last thing, I just want to make a statement that I understand like limited. What I really want to just make sure is that we understand that despite all the different goals and all the things that we want for our schools and all the things that we're not going to give up because we're Austin, right? We're not going to give up the whole child focus. We're not going to give up on the importance of kids doing, other things. But I don't want us at the end of the next year or the next 5 years for us to say, well, look, we didn't get the math and reading scores because we were focused on too many things, right? We had 5 goals instead of 3 because we, invested in fine arts instead of investing in reading. So I really just want to make sure that our administration is 100% honest with us. And if you have the secret to how to get the reading to where the gaps are closed in our African American, our special education, our emergent bilingual students, among all of our students are achieving at this high level. If you have the key to that, then tell us, like, this is what it's going to take. We're going to have to cut fine arts. We're going to have to cut this. We're going to have to cut this in order to focus on this, and then we can make a real good decision about that. But I really just don't want us to end up at the end of this process saying, well, we knew what to do, but we couldn't do it because we were, And I also don't want us to end up with like, well, we knew what to do, but we couldn't do it because we didn't have the money. Tell us, it's going to take us $42 billion, and we only have $1 billion, right? And so, so that those inputs and outputs, so that our community knows also, like, wow, they had a plan. They had a plan that with an extra with an extra $41 million, they could have done it. And now we vote for a Prop A that's going to give you $41 million to get it done, right? Or it's going to take $410 million. And now we have a target to advocate for the legislature to invest in schools and raise the allotment such that we have another $410 million so we can do it. So just tell us what you need for real, and then we can make those tough choices about, well, maybe next year, right? But but thank you all for and it's good to see you again, Carolyn. It's you and your reports make me happy. So despite the sad news that's in them, thank you.
Thank you. So, and I guess I appreciate the indulgence of all folks as we spent considerable time focused on student outcomes. And thank you for the presentation. We now move to the consent agenda. As a sort of first order, the administration wants to acknowledge that they added an emergency item not originally discussed during our board information session. This is item 12.3, roof repairs. The repairs.
I can speak to it.
Sure.
Do we have to? No, we don't have to.
Okay.
They need a roof. Let's go.
They needed a roof. So the administration could have done it just on their own, but they felt they wanted to bring it to the board. The administration is, well, all right, so.
I appreciate the board's flexibility and allow me to add this after the information session because the assessment of the roof was completed before I could actually post. And the only way to do it was to go through emergency, but in an effort to be hyper-transparent, as we always committed to do, we wanted to bring it at this point instead of using that authority later on. Thank you.
So in addition, the administration requests to pull agenda items 13.2 and 13.3. These are both proposed terminations. They'd like additional time to work through those items. Aside from that, trustees, are there any consent items anyone would like to pull for separate votes? Trustee Hunter, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I make a motion to approve consent agenda items 9.1 through 13.1 and 14.1 through 14.2.
Is there a second?
Second?
Any discussion on these particular items? Trustee Kaufman.
So I didn't catch the actual items. Does it include 10.13 district scorecard targets?
Yes.
And I just wanted to understand, the document I looked at looked like it was the one we looked at 2 weeks ago. Did I miss something, or is this document revised? For example, I think okay. Okay, good, thank you. That's all.
With the revised targets as well, we did get this completed.
Okay, that's where my confusion was. Okay. So I just want to note then, as discussion, that based after the conversation at our last board meeting, those goals were, so this is not the same document that we looked at 2 weeks ago, that the algebra target now reflects increasing the number of students who are successfully taking and passing algebra, not the percentage of students who are taking it going up necessarily, right?
Thank you, Trustee Kaufman. So it is the percentage of eighth graders, but is the universe of all economically disadvantaged eighth graders. So we will present the number as well, but the target itself is that percentage of all the economically disadvantaged students.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, and just to clear up, so that to ensure that the goal of the target is to increase ultimately the number of kids who are being successful in algebra, not to allow for reducing the number of kids in it so that the percentage of passers goes up.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm good.
With no further discussion, having a motion by Trustee Hunter and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve consent items 9.1 through 13.1, 14.1, and 14.2. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion passes unanimously. Trustee Boswell.
Voted yes.
Thank you. Unanimous.
Trustee Boswell, your screen is off currently.
Ah, I see myself. So I don't know.
We'll ask for your.
Interesting. I see it on in one place and off in another. I don't know.
There you are.
We now move to items for separate vote. Trustee Hunter, do we have a motion to approve items 15.1 and 15.2?
Yes. I move that we approve, excuse me, I move, wait a minute, what is that? I'm on the wrong page. Got it, I'm here. Yes, I move to approve item 15.1, memorandum of understanding between the University of Texas at Austin, Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and Austin ISD for Advised Texas College Advising Corps Program, and 15.2, Student Teacher Preparation Partnership MOU with the University of Texas at Austin.
Is there a second?
Second?
Is there any discussion on this item? Trustee Hunter.
Yes, it's not a discussion, but it is a concern that I have about the data presented to us from a vendor. Anytime we receive information that costs money, we need to have more information, and I was very disappointed with the information. I will be voting yes this evening, but I have already spoken with the administration that moving forward, we need to have more data than the table that we received that I believe had maybe 6 points in it, and I was very disappointed about the information in the table. So I've already discussed it with the administration, but just wanted to make a note of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yep.
Call it again.
Yeah, all those in favor, please. All those opposed and abstentions. Thank you. Passes by. 502. Thank you. Our last item tonight is an ordinance for partial tax exemption of historic landmarks. The administration is recommending pausing this exemption and not approving for this year and revisiting again next year, including revisiting any changes the city may make to this program. Trustee Hunter, do we have a motion on item 16.1?
Can I ask a question about that?
During discussion, or you want to wait?
Okay.
Did you want to pull it, or, I mean, do you want to do something, are you trying to table it? What do you?
I wanted to ask a question to our council.
Perfect.
So the board, the administration is recommending that we pause on approving this partial tax exemption. So what would be the options for the board to pursue that recommendation?
So if the board wants to approve the recommendation, so I think Trustee Hunter is ready to make a motion to do that.
But the recommendation would go against what the motion is?
Well, hold on.
If I'm not mistaken.
If we desired, we would need a motion to postpone indefinitely. If not, then it would just be voted on.
So in order to actually do it, so the adoption of the ordinance for partial tax exemption requires a specific motion to actually do. And it's my understanding is the administration's recommendation is not to do that. So if you don't do that, it doesn't happen. And so strictly speaking, you don't often make motions not to do something, right? If you're going to take action, you move to take action, and if you're not going to take action, you don't vote. But in this case, because it's been traditional that the board does this, and this year the administration is recommending to deviate from that, I think that's why Trustee Hunter is prepared to make the motion, unless I'm mistaken, to postpone. So the impact of that, if it passes, would be that you would not do this.
Okay, thank you. So I was just reading the motion is written differently here, so I'll let you read it. I apologize. Yeah.
Trustee Hunter has a different motion.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing the possibility of a desire for the board to pause, I'd like to entertain a motion, if I hear one, to postpone indefinitely approving the partial tax exemption. Is there such a motion?
Yes, I move we postpone indefinitely approving partial tax exemptions under item 16.1, adoption of ordinance for partial tax exemption as historical landmark properties.
Is there a second?
Second.
Trustees, any discussion on this item? Hearing none. A motion approved, a motion called by Trustee Hunter, seconded by Trustee Zapata to approve 16.1. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. All those opposed? All those abstaining?
So Board President, or Vice President Foster, just to clarify, the motion was to postpone indefinitely.
The motion is to postpone indefinitely approval.
Correct, okay. Just to be clear, so we're not voting to approve 16.1, we're voting to postpone indefinitely.
Indefinitely the approved.
Subject matter, okay, just for clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. So the motion passes 5 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 abstentions. 5-1-1. I'm sorry, did I read that wrong? Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Boswell.
Yeah, me. Thank you.
That was 5-1-1. Thank you. All right, we will now recess the open meeting at 10:37 p.m. and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, .072, .073, .087, .076, .0821, and .071. When we are finished with executive session, we will briefly return to the open session to take a vote on the student transfer appeals and to formally adjourn the meeting. The transfer appeal vote and adjournment will be recorded and be included in all replays of tonight's meeting. Thank you for joining us, and have a good evening.